Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Ma'am, audible, ma'am.
Okay,
Perfect.
great.
Good
Okay.
morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am, please wait 5 minutes. At exactly 10 o'clock, we will start, ma'am. Two more NRCs will join.
Sure, sir. Okay. I will just wait.
NRC Paradipuram, good morning, sir. My voice is audible to you, sir.
Audible, sir. Perfect. NRC Srikakulam,
Thank you.
respond. Okay, sir. Thank you. NRC Srikakulam.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Audible, ma'am. Audible. NRC Rajmandri, please respond. NRC Rajmandri. Sir, voice is not clear, sir. NRC Rajmandri.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. SRR and CVR, please respond. NRC Vijayawada, please respond. Am I audible? NRC Vijayawada. NRC Guntur, please respond. NRC Guntur. NRC Anantapuram, please respond. NRC Anantapur. Sir Anil sir, good morning sir. Sorry, you are in mute mode sir.
ఎంతమంది జాయిన్ అయ్యారండి?
ఇంకొక 2 NRCs జాయిన్ అవ్వాలి సార్. పీలేరు నంద్యాల జాయిన్ అవ్వలేదు, ఫోన్ చేస్తున్నా సార్.
ఎన్ఆర్సి నెల్లూరు.
Hello. Good morning, Rambabu sir.
Good morning sir.
Sir, audible sir.
Audible sir.
Thank you, sir.
పిలేర్ నాట్ జాయిన్ పిలేర్
సార్ పీలేరు ఇంకా జాయిన్ అవ్వలేదు సార్, జాయిన్ అవుతారంట. వాళ్ళు నేక్దే దేంట్లో ఉన్నారంట, జాయిన్ అవుతామని చెప్పారు సార్.
Responding, sir. Pile responding, sir. Pile
సార్ ఓకే
responding, sir.
సార్. గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్.
సో ఐ థింక్ ఆల్ నర్సెస్ జాయిన్ నౌ. హలో,
జాయిన్ అయ్యారు సార్, అందరు జాయిన్ అయ్యారు.
యా, గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ ఆల్ ఆఫ్ యూ. I request all principals and program coordinators at respect to NRCs, please arrange a meeting with media people also, the both tele and print media, so that we can arrange a campaigning. We can go for campaigning, and also you we have to focus on the English medium of instruction from this academic year. So you can use this platform and arrange a big event. And in this connection, I once again appreciate all the NRC principals, program coordinators, and master trainers, of course, all the participants, because during this midsummer, you have all strived very hard to make this program very success. ఈరోజు second session వచ్చేసి entirely we have to arrange for these participants. This is the participants day where you have to arrange allot for each participant at least 3 to 5 minutes, where he can speak, introduce his subject. For example, a faculty from history can introduce his subject in English only, and he can record in his mobile. So like this, like a micro teaching model, all the master trainers has to facilitate this in the second session. And first session is online, second session is offline. Again, from 2 to until valedictory, it is online. So 2 to 3:30 p.m. There is another session by Dr. I. Vijayababu Garu, ELF trained person and expert in English communication, and principal of Dr. V.S. Krishna College. And immediately after 3:30 p.m., you can give break 10 minutes for a tea break, and then all the respective NRC principals as well as program coordinators are requested to organize this valedictory function at your respective levels. Of course, meanwhile, at around 4 p.m., commissioners will join online maybe, or otherwise they also plan to join from Visakhapatnam, either from Visakhapatnam Women's College or either from Dr. V.S. Krishna College, if time permits. Otherwise, sir wanted to join online. So make it a note, and I request all the respective NRC principals as well as program coordinators to conduct at your level the proceedings of valedictory. And also please arrange group photo and share this group photo across all the social media as well as the print and telemedia, so that it will give a greater impact on this, and we can give message to all the coming students. That is, our degree colleges are offering the instruction only in English medium. So this message has to percolate to all level loud and clear. In this connection, I request all the NRC program coordinators, of course, master planners, as well as the principals to organize such an event. I think if the resource person is ready, I can invite and we can start the proceedings for today's session. Yeah, I welcome Diksha madam, please.
Good morning, everyone. So welcome everybody to today's session. Welcome, Asha ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. So I will take just a moment to introduce you to everybody at our 18 stations today. So everybody, Asha ji is a seasoned person, is a seasoned product engineering professional with careers in top MNCs and is passionate about mentoring the career guidance. She is also the ex-founder of UpLad, a career guidance platform. We are very fortunate to have you here, ma'am. On to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Diksha ma'am, for the introduction, and thank you, Dr. Anil. It's you sharing a lot of great plans, towards uh, making this whole program successful, making sure each one is successful in this whole big group of institutions, and plus the success of the students. So I'm very happy to be part of this group and share some of my experience that I've been using at corporates. We spoke about communication skills. I've been working in corporates for over 22 plus years now, and a lot of industry experience. I really want to share it. And uh, the idea is, I do a lot of hiring from universities. The quality of the students is what, we spend a lot of time grooming them. We spend a lot of time preparing them, training them. So if and I like what I like about this program is you'll have set the stage, to groom the students while they're still in the college so that they're better prepared, when they reach out to the industry, when they finish their graduation. So thank you so much. And we have an interesting topic today. Does anyone know, anyone wants to just call out what the topic is all about today? Yes, it's let me share my screen and let the screen introduce the topic to you all. Um, I'm going to share my screen. Just a moment. Let me know if you're able to see my screen.
Yes, ma'am, visible, ma'am.
Perfect. Okay. So the topic is a topic that we all don't want to talk about, right? We all, a topic which never makes us be comfortable, a topic that never leaves a happy you. Uh, so, but it's an important thing, and we deal this day in and day out. But many times, what we end up doing is some sort of procrastinating, right? So, conflict resolution is an important part of us being adults, because it not only conflicts can not only happen at between friends, it can happen between student and teacher, it could happen in between your peers, it can even happen, with families, it can happen anywhere. So does that mean that we should always be away from conflicts? No, conflicts are part of us, it's part of the ecosystem, it's part of the society, it's part of the nature that that the universe is created for us. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to learn some practical tips on how to handle conflict resolution. Okay, so the skill is how you resolve a conflict. The skill, you are successful when you skillfully resolve a conflict, whereas you are never successful when you avoid a conflict. Okay, but we will see what situations we want to avoid, but that's again skillfully avoiding. Okay, so we're going to learn about this. Everybody knows, it's not that I am teaching something rocket science. Okay, we all know, we deal with it day in and day out. But what we are going to do in today's session is just going to sit together as a group and just sort of assimilate all the points, and sort of, at the end of the session, we take back some tips on what is it that we can additionally do to help a better conflict resolution. Okay, so when I Googled for a definition, our nature of the mind is to define everything, right? So when I was Googling the definition, I found this definition in Wikipedia. Conflict, what is a conflict? It's a struggle or clash of interest, right? It's truly clash of interest, opinion, and even principles. Okay. It's a clash of interest, opinion, and even principles. And conflicts, I like the word that was mentioned here, will always be found in the society. Okay, will always be. So let us accept the fact that it is always going to be. How do we skillfully handle it is what we are going to learn. Uh, uh, Not basically learn, but what we are going to just, spend some time reviving some of our knowledge, reviving some of our tips, so that it's all fresh and new in our mind when we leave this session today. It's always going to be found in the society. Let's just accept it. Okay, if you've not accepted it, if you found it very ugly, if you found it very horrible, please accept it right away that it's always going to be. Conflicts always start from where, and we're going to see that in a minute, okay? Conflicts may vary to personal, racial, class, caste, political, international, you name it, and it's going to be even families. I think that's not mentioned here, but even families, right? So that's where the personal thing is coming. So there are 4 steps that we can to to make the conflict resolution process more easy. We're going to talk about just the 4 steps in the next 1 hour. So the first step is managing the conflict, right? So there's a management of this. There's a management process. Okay. So what do we mean by management? First of all, understanding the root cause, accepting, and then you're making a plan to resolve the conflict. Okay. Understanding the root cause, accepting some things, and then you're making a plan. And another important second step is, of course, managing your own emotions. 80% of the conflicts are happening because we are reacting to to a situation and not responding to a situation. Okay, so I'm sure in some of your sessions you must have read this react versus respond. So it's very important that we are responding in when we are in a conflict resolution, we are responding and not reacting. Okay, moment we try to react, it's going to mess up the whole thing. It's going to really mess up this. So we need to react, not respond. So managing your own emotions is super important. Okay, empathy. Empathy is basically understanding others viewpoint. Many times we have been spoken about, we've been told to not to put yourself in others shoes. Okay, and that is basically to understand others viewpoint. And then conflict resolution, once we do 3 steps, resolution becomes so easy to create a positive impact. Okay, so we'll start first with the conflict management. Okay, so before we go there, want to understand conflicts, but I want to just stop here and see if you all have any more questions. This is what we are primarily going to cover, but I just want to stop here and see if you have any questions, or is there anything that you would like me to cover? Okay, good. So we will start with these 4, but as we move forward, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to, take, okay? Or if there's any topic that I'm missing out, you can always. So first of all, let's understand what is a conflict. We've used this word so often. This is a conflict of interest, conflict of opinions, conflict of, um, 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 values, conflict of principles, so many things we've been hearing. But let's understand what is a conflict. So, you know, if you just can you all close your eyes and just look at the person who's sitting next to you? Just think that person has only mind and nothing else. No body, just the mind. Just let's all close our eyes and just think. Can we all do that activity? Let's all close our eyes. And the person who's sitting next to you is not a person not having a face, but just has a mind. Okay. So can we do that? Yeah, everyone. Can we have the coordinators in each side? Just make everyone do that. You're sitting with eyes closed and looking at the person next to you. The person does not have a face, but just a mind. Just a mind. Okay. So I'm just going to give like 2 minutes for everyone, actually 3 minutes. Just keep your eyes closed and look at the person. Think the person sitting next to you does not have a face, but just the mind. Okay? Everybody has to do it, okay? Everybody. So let's keep our eyes closed. So we'll put a timer and look at the person sitting next to you. Could be on your left or right. It's just a mind. It has no face. Everybody is doing? Yes? It's just the mind and no face. Nobody has a face, just the mind. One more minute. Let's all keep our eyes closed. Now imagine the room full of minds and no faces. It's 2 minutes. Just imagine. Keep your eyes closed. Imagine the room is full of minds and no faces. One more minute. Just imagine the room is full of minds and no faces. Last 30 seconds. Your eyes closed. Imagine the room is full of minds. There are only minds and no faces. All right. You can open your eyes. How did you feel? How did you feel when you just closed your eyes and you saw only minds? So let me share my screen again and you know when we imagine the room is full of minds, when we start looking at people, that every person has a mind and the mind is going to have infinite number of thoughts. The mind is going to have infinite number of desires, interests. And the minds are going to have infinite number of expressions, emotions. Everybody is going to have something different. When people are looking for the life partners, one thing that we all speak or hear from others is, I want like-minded partners. I want like-minded people. Now we start our journey with like-minded people, and slowly the like-mindedness changes, right? So you start seeing the thoughts, the mindness, the thinking process of the people with whom we are having relationships or with whom we are moving, in your office, in your classroom, or anywhere, in your friends, thoughts change. Do you know, the cells in our body, are they the same as what they were last year? No, they keep changing. They keep changing. Sometimes the rate of change is very fast, sometimes the rate of change is very slow, and it keeps just changing. And if they don't change, what will happen? Our skin will look dead skin. Our skin is not going to look fresh, bubbly, enthusiastic. Our expressions will not be, we ourselves are not going to be happy. So then, so always remember one thing. When there are so many minds, there will be so many thoughts. There will be so many opinions, and there will be so many desires. Types of conflicts. You know, it's very common. We see man versus man. I mean, it's human being basically. Man is not just man or not women, but it's human. That's a very generic form of representation of human in the speech, in the written, in the books. So man versus man. So you might have conflicts between yourself and your peers, or your family members, or your relative, your friends, or anyone. It's one-to-one conflict. Then man versus nature. Corona was a great example, right? Um, of course, when the nature conflict is uh, so strong, there's no way man has to just run away, and accept it, right? You can't do anything here. You can't go complain to God. Why did you give me Corona? Why did you give Corona? Why did you do this? Why did that? All those cyclones and other tragedies that keep happening. What can you do? You just have to accept it. Now, the interesting conflict is man versus himself. How many of you felt the conflict happens within yourself also? There's always, this typically happens when it comes to decision making. We have seen that it happens in our own mind. Today, there is more conflict is happening. It's happening even in a child's mind. If you take a child to when today you would have seen in cities, there are exclusive toy stores. Okay, exclusive toy stores, and not just one small chota dukan or small shop, but huge 2-3 stories of only toy stores, a building dedicated to toys. So what will happen? Obviously there will be conflict in the mind of a child. Which one to buy? Should I buy this? Should I buy this? Should I buy that? Should I do this? Hey, I want this. Okay, you're in the first floor, you see, I want this toy. Go up, second floor. Oh, I want this also. Oh, I want this also. So you're creating conflicts, decision making becomes so hard, when we want to something. And of course, man versus society, right? We've seen a lot of stories of, people are not being welcomed in certain societies and all this. So those are all types of conflicts. And conflicts also happen in country conflicts. There, Russia and Ukraine wars are happening because of conflicts. This is a common scene at home. Conflicts happen at home. Arguments happen at home. I have not seen a family. It need not be a conflict between a husband and a wife. It could be a conflict between children and parents. Could be conflict between siblings. It can be conflict between extended families. And it's happening everywhere. It's happening everywhere. We've seen the house conflicts, we call them as arguments, right? So human beings have to express their difference. Why arguments happen? We saw when we look at everyone in the form of just minds and no bodies, so everybody has different thoughts. So human beings, the nature of human beings is to express differences. There will be difference of opinion. Come on, wake up. If you have not accepted this, wake up right now. There will be differences. And human beings have to express the differences. They have to. Let's put the word. I'm saying they have to. Otherwise, we are not human beings. That's our nature. Our nature is to express our feelings, and everybody's feeling will be different. Now, does that mean, now the question I'm asking you, does that mean that we allow people to express their differences? Yes, but in a controlled manner. Arguments can be healthy as long as they are in control. And that is the skill that we need to develop. How to have healthy arguments. When we say healthy arguments, how to have healthy conflicts, it means that they are in control. They are not going out of control. We've all seen this timeout thing. It's a great, you know, uh, um, intervention, when things are not going in control.
Madam, sorry to say,
Yes,
there is no end in argument, I think.
absolutely. There is no end in argument.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, but if we are aware, if we are not emotional, and if we are having the presence of mind, we can bring the argument in control.
Yes.
That's why I said this is the skill that we need to develop.
So then it leads to we have to control our all our indriyas.
Sorry?
We have to control all our indriyas. Kama, Krodha, Moha, Mada, Macharya.
That is a long journey.
Yes.
Okay? That's a long journey. And it is very tough. But I am not saying we have to do that. So we are going to see some tips. See, intelligently, we have to have control over arguments. Okay?
Okay.
Having control over senses is a big bigger goal to achieve. It is not easy at all. We are all human beings. We are born to enjoy the world. Our senses have been created, our senses are available to us to enjoy the world. We don't
Even though
want,
we want to even though we want to control our arguments, sometimes the situation that demands there is no control on our argument. Sometimes it happens.
yes, sometimes
It
it
all
happens.
depends on the situation.
Yeah. So we will see now. We will just
Because
learn.
the other party, however, we control ourselves. But if the other party is not in such a mode, then argument continues.
Exactly. I completely agree. And I think we will pick up a few tips and see if those can help us handle these never-ending situations. Okay. So we will just be together for some more time, to see if uh, we can see if we can get some thoughts, some ideas in how to handle these situations also. Okay. So why conflict, sir? Sorry?
Madam, this is Chakravarti from Elastic Company.
Yes, sir.
That is why therefore is you cannot win an argument. You cannot win an argument. If you
Sorry?
lose the argument, you lose it. If you win the argument also, you lose it. That is what we said. So instead of argument, we can say that it can be a natural discussion.
Yes, that's a skillful way of skillful way of looking at arguments. Okay. And this is what we are going to learn here, a couple of things, a couple of couple of intelligent ways of dealing with this. And I really like the point that you said, why don't we call them as discussions instead of argument? So that's exactly, if you just shift your mind or shift your thinking from an argument to a discussion, the approach completely changes. Correct?
It means lot of emotional control and understanding the point of other person.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
Then only we can lead the argument, we can convert it to something discussion.
Exactly. It's a nice way. Nice way. We have always seen students. Today's students, they think they know everything because whatever lecture they want to attend in your class, they have an equivalent lecture available on YouTube, right? So they think some students will just study that and come and they think they know more, so they get into argument. So how do we handle these kind of, scenarios when, we'll just see that, okay, here. So I really liked we're having a very healthy discussion and an interaction, So we'll just come to those, we'll just bring those points up again, when we are there on the slide talking about those things. So let's step back a moment and understand the root causes of why conflicts occur. Okay. Look at this. Everybody look at your hand. Are your fingers of the same size?
There is a logic, I think. There is a logic, I think. If they are equal in size, we can't do anything with them. Sorry to say.
No. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. The nature has designed the fingers in different sizes. Okay. We have lots to learn from the nature, lots to learn from the way, things are available to us provided to us by the universe. Now, what if all the 4 fingers are same? When I say all the 4 fingers are same, now imagine, now this is a very Indian tradition, not Indian, this is a very traditional saying, you know, in our in the families, keeping any religion, keeping all the religions apart, that 5 fingers are not same. This means that all your children are not going to be same. So typically, at least, generation before us used to have many children in the house. So which is why they say, it's like, that's why this whole saying has emerged, like all the 5 fingers are not going to be, all the children are not going to be same. What it means? It means that every child is going to bring different, uh, you know, every child in the house is going to bring a different thing so that the house becomes complete. One child could be very intelligent, so that child will be, great at work, responsible for uh, bringing the money. I mean, I'm talking about the 50 years back, how the whole culture was, at least in India. Then one person, one child could be really very good at, very friendly, very good at relationships, he will go out, do networking, all of that stuff. Okay, of course, he will also be part of the business, but he's great at networking. So this child will be only traveling around and talking to people and building networks, attending weddings, attending funerals, attending all of the external management of the house. Another two could be really good at doing work. Okay, so the guy who's really smart, the child who's really smart, very intelligent, will do all the strategy of the business, will do, will do the big thinking for the growth of the business. But the other two, we need some doers who can just manage the managers, who could just manage the people, the laborers and everyone. The other could be just, we need someone to go take care of the house also, huge houses, right? So we need someone to take care of the house. We need someone to, just go around. Okay, electricity is not working, or plumbing issues are there and everything. So there was an ecosystem. Everybody contributed to the making of the house. So everybody brought in diverse skills to the house so that together the house could function. And not that they didn't have, not everybody had the same thinking, right? And people used to live and thrive in an ecosystem like this. People would have all sorts of thoughts, feelings, emotions, everything. Oh, this guy is only sitting and making strategy. This guy, I am being asked to run around. I'm being asked to just travel around and so forth. So all this will be there, but yet there was, they all thrived in such an ecosystem. The point is that every child is different. This was a lesson, that was an important learning that the parents had to understand. Same way, in an organization, you're going to find different people. In your college environment, university environment, you're going to see professors. Everybody's having different ideas, different thoughts. So the nature itself has made the world so diverse. So we'll just see. So if all the fingers were same, if all the minds were thinking same, then they will be, everything will be so dull, so uncreative and unproductive. We all say that there is only one person doing innovation. No, when we are all together in a diverse environment, the highest creativity happens. I work in corporates, and the corporates have a dedicated, at least the huge companies like IBM, and so they have a dedicated HR function called diversity. And you know what their job is? Their job is to make sure they go look at each team and see, are there only this team? Does it only have, so they start like this. The first thing, is the team only having, is it a women only team or men only team? Now they question, why is it only men only team? Why is only women only team? There has to be a diversity because each one is going to bring different ideas, different thoughts. Okay. Now even we will we will look at one more example. Let's look at a movie. When you're watching a movie, just imagine if there is no villain in the movie, there is hero, heroine, a nice family that's there. They're just happily talking. Everything is going good. They are working hard. They are doing this. They are doing that. Everything right. Imagine if there's no villain. Will you enjoy the movie? If there is no drama, if there is no opposites, will you enjoy the movie?
Generally, no, madam, because
Certainly no.
yeah,
So opposites are important. Diversity is important. If
if
there
there
is,
is no darkness, how can we enjoy the light?
exactly. So
Thank
the
you.
nature is teaching us so much that diversity is important. When there is morning, when there is day, there will be night. When there is good time, there will be bad time. When you find someone behaving good, you will also find at some time the same person can behave in a way that you don't like it. And you will say that person is behaving bad. Accepting diversity is very, very first step towards conflict resolution and understanding the root cause of difference of opinion. Accepting diversity is the first step to solving conflicts. Accept, okay, this person is having this view. Accept the viewpoint of that person. Accepting meaning that acknowledging, yes, acknowledging that yes, we are three people discussing, so we will have three different ideas. Please accept that. Acknowledge that. My idea is good, his idea is bad, or her idea is bad. That's a second thing. The moment you make your mind acknowledge this, that there will be difference of thoughts, I will tell you, your ability to become open-minded increases leaps and bounds. Even nature is diverse. The world has not collapsed. There are different animals, species, insects, trees, leaves, plants, different kinds of flowers, fruits, different kinds of human beings. Nature also is diverse. Accepting that diversity is is part of nature, and appreciating is wonderful. You know, when I meet people, we have a lot of customers visiting us, you know, from US, UK, and Singapore, and many different countries, you know. I feel so proud to talk about India. I tell them, in India, India is so diverse, and yet we are existing as one country. It is not easy. It's really not easy. When we look at our own homes, you know, when we are not able to handle arguments, situation, difference of opinion within our own space, our own family, but see how beautifully India is, you know, one being so diverse. You'll never find a country like India in anywhere in the world. How many of you agree to this?
Ma'am, good morning. Yes, it's true, ma'am.
Yes, it's very true. You never get bored in India. If you're traveling full India, you'll never get bored because you go from one state to another state, you have whole new things to see, whole new things to experience. So, the very first step of conflict resolution is accepting diversity, accepting everybody is going to have different thoughts, different ideas, different approach, different thinking. Half of your conflict is resolved. I'm telling you the moment you accept this. So be open to accept people, thoughts, their interests, their desires. That if you do 50%, you are done. Okay. Now when you accept, your mind opens up. Your mind opens up to listen to new ideas. Your mind opens up to listen, to see different things. Your mind opens up to hear, you know, your mind becomes active listener. So we'll come back to this, you know, when we talk about how do we and how do you keep yourself very aware, very open. You know, many times our emotions are actually um, covering, you know, our awareness. And that's when you do your regular spiritual practices, which is yoga, meditation, it helps you become more open. Your mind becomes more open. So people say spirituality is all religious. No, it is not. Spirituality is basically my definition, or the definition that everybody calls out today. Spirituality means the ability to handle your own mind. That's what spirituality is. The ability for you to handle your mind when the mind is struggling with anxiety. Ability to handle your mind when the mind is struggling with anger. The ability to handle your mind when the mind is depressed, you're sad. And everybody goes through this. I have not seen a single person, forget about others. I myself get, you know, carried away with all these different emotions. But what I know is when I know this is what has happened to my mind, so there will be situations where I'll be super depressed. What will I do? Okay, I have a technique to come out of it. That is what is yoga and meditation. It's a technique to come out of all of these negative emotions that are, that are just irritating me. I become so. My children say, Mama, I think you have not done your Sudarshan Kriya. Please do that. And I'm very annoyed, very irritated. And I do that for 20 minutes. I'm a backup, bubbly, nice, happy mother. So, yoga and meditation is a technique to come out of this. It's a technique, okay? So, and make us open to accepting people's thoughts, interests, and their desires. Okay. Accept does not mean that, okay, I'm accepting and I'm going to keep quiet. No. Accept, prepare your mind that this is the reality. People will have thoughts, people will have different interests, people have different desires. It's the reality. I'm accepting the reality. Okay. And then I will take the next step. First, accept the reality and then learn how to solve it. Okay. So now we are in an acceptance mode. We will learn the 5 conflict management styles. Okay. How are we going to handle conflicts? So style number 1 is accommodating. Okay. What does this style mean? You allow them to win and get their way. Okay. Whatever you say, I do it. Now, see, there is never going to be one style that you will follow every time. It depends on the people, it depends on the situation, it depends on everything. Okay. For example, when will you be accommodating? Example, if my mother who is 75 years old and she calls me, hey, I have I want to visit Rameshwaram, really wanting to do that. Can we go 2 weeks later? I really want to. Or Rameshwaram, she wants to go in Shravan Mas. Okay. And I have a lot of meetings. It's conflicting. Her interest and my interests are conflicting. She's telling, I want to take my entire family to Rameshwaram for Shravan Mas. I was like, I look at the situation. This is a situation, a mother's request. Ideally, she's 75. I wouldn't want to deny that. Although it's conflicting with my other priorities, but I wouldn't want to deny that. Because it's something out of love, out of whatever, I just want to do it for herself. So you allow them to win. But do we always do this with our relatives? Imagine if the child is saying, Papa, I want a PS4, and the child is in 10th grade. Do you allow the child to win? No, you don't allow the child to win. So we will not accommodate at that time. So again, it's your judgment. When, what style to apply. Can we be always accommodating in the office? No, we cannot. So some tips, right? Where you don't care as strongly about the issue the other person is presenting. And it's not worth your time. Then you just can be accommodating when you're in an office kind of a situation. You also have to look at, is it worth your time? But at the same time, what will happen is you will be viewed as a weak person if you accommodate too often. Again, use this style judiciously. You're going to, if you're always accommodating, then that's not a good style. So important issues, you should never be accommodating. Let's look at the other style, avoiding. we see this happening, people are avoiding, he's avoiding, this style is to reduce conflict by ignoring it. Sometimes you may want to follow this style when you want to have a cool down period. Sometimes we think, okay, now is not the right time to resolve this issue. Now is not the right time uh, to work on it. You need a cool down period. Let things be as is and just ignore this. Remove, uh, you know, reduce the priority on this. So sometimes giving people time to calm down and solve surprising amount of issues. Many times the government brings some policies, and moment a new policy is introduced, there will be some pockets of people, groups in the corner, making noise and everything. There'll be so much heat. News will be full. TV news will be full of those points only, those discussions only. So sometimes government also adopts this strategy. Okay, let it just go on. We will not come to media. We are not going to speak much about it. Just let just things cool down. Now, in an office kind of situation, when there are too many, when there's an issue that is causing, lot of disruptions, and you feel that if you just give time and space, those issues will get resolved automatically, best is to avoid them. But if it is used in the wrong situation, it makes conflicts worse. Now, I cannot give you formulas which is right situation, which is wrong situation. Completely your judgment. It's your mind. And it is your mind also cannot make the same decisions all the time. It also depends on the environment, situation, people, and all. So there's always that's where you're having a conflict with your own mind itself. But we have to take decisions. See, leadership is not about, hey, commanding, you're the leader and people are following. No, leadership is not that. One of the biggest, I would say the biggest quality of a leader is to make decisions. Not only make decisions, but have the courage to not regret a decision that has been made. Many times we always say, hey, if I look in the hindsight, I feel, I made the wrong decision. Come on, wake up. At that point in time, with whatever resources you had, with whatever was the situation around, whatever was it, you have done the decision in your state of mind that was there. But when you're making tough decisions of your life, my personal experience is I always do take that decision in a calm state of mind. So I bring my mind to a high level of energy by doing my yoga, meditation, and other practices. And then I evaluate the pros and cons, and then I take the decision. Is it a long-term decision? Do I keep long-term goal in my mind and take the decision? So decision making is important. Make the decisions in a cool mind, in a calm and composed state of mind. Then later on, when you regret, when you will get that thought, it's not regretting. When you will get the thought that, hey, I think I made the wrong decision. I'll tell you, your mind itself will never say this because Your mind will say, I made that decision in a calm and composed state of mind. So therefore, at that time, this decision was right. So sometimes you might even be seen as incompetent, if you overuse the avoidance. Judgment is yours. These are just some of the styles that I'm sharing, and I think if we just follow and use the right judgment of which style to adopt in which conflict, you'll come out of the situations very, very skillfully and in the right way. Compromising, middle ground. It's like you're bargaining. When we go to a shop, $1,000 the salesman starts with, and you say no, 500. Especially it happens, when you go to the Delhi Chandni Chowk market, okay, and uh, and and if you never visited, the first tip that you will see here or even on the Google or anywhere is you should bargain there, okay? So they know that the customers are going to come and bargain there. So maybe they'll start with 1,000 and then you say 500, 50% reduce. Even in Bombay, when you go, I don't know about Andhra because I've never visited that place except a few times in Hyderabad and Secunderabad, and of course, recently visited this Redigudam village. Um, and we've worked with some schools there, the KGBV schools, and we taught the yoga and meditation program to them. So we stay there for about 15 days there. So it was nice. But yeah, usually middle ground. Okay. 50 your points, your ideas, 50 my ideas. Somewhere we come to a middle ground. Okay, compromising. Right? And we see this happen in our relationships every day. Okay, we compromise on this, yeah, fine, a solution that can be agreed upon. Compromise can set the stage for collaboration down the road. Okay, so it could leave a little good, nice feeling for both the parties. Okay, but we always know, we always, there's a very, 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 boring statement. Marriage is a compromise. What do you mean by compromise? And always one of the spouse will feel, I am compromising, thinking that the other person is not compromising at all. Okay. But when you go talk to the other person, they say, I'm compromising. So it leaves a very unhappy, situation. Right? So it is not that only one person is compromising all the time. Compromise is an agreement for a middle path, a middle ground. If you elevate your thinking a little bit higher and start thinking like this in knowledge, um, it's so easy to deal with these small, small day-to-day problems that we deal with, right? No one, but another problem with compromise is no one is completely happy. In some cases, one side might feel as though they were sacrificed too much. The sacrifice word is so much in the house families or even in the office. Come on, wake up, come out of your emotions. Come out of your emotions and then look at the situations in a different way. Most of the times, we are always like attaching our emotions to, our problems, and we feel we are the victim. And no, it's not that. Just wake up and see. So this is one style. And you be smart when you want to compromise. Compromise doesn't make you weak. In that situation, if that was the best way to resolve the conflict using a compromise, we should do that. And we see this happening, political environment situations, so many, everywhere it is happening. You think people who are successful, sitting at top positions, are not handling conflicts? Their job is only to handle conflicts day in and day out, which is why they are leaders. The more you are at a leadership role, the more conflicts you are solving, day in and day out. I manage delivery teams who develop products. So when I log into when I have my first team meeting, I usually log in an hour early because I do all my prep work, what I need to do, what the team needs to do, what is my boss wanting and all that stuff. But when I actually start my day, which is interacting with the people, I have a section. Okay, today what problems this person has, that person has, and all that. So I make a problem list and I start working on the solution. If I'm managing 50 people, then I'm going to have at least in a day 10 problems to solve. That's how my life is. And that's how my role is, not the life is. This role demands this. My boss is handling 200 people team. If I'm handling 10 problems in a day, my boss, she will handle 50 problems in a day. Because that's her role. The bigger the role, more problems you are solving, and that is what you asked for, right? Competing. This style rejects compromise. Basically you are dictating in this style. When you're not accepting others' viewpoints and wants. It's important to manage to have such a style also sometimes. Where your morals. So for example, principles. Okay. Now imagine if all the students are coming late to class. Simple thing. What is the principle? Students have to be punctual in the class. So at that time, what are you going to compromise? Okay, you can come 10 minutes late. I will start 10 minutes after class. No, that's principles. You cannot compromise on you cannot let go of principle. At that time, you have to take a firm stance. No is no. You have to be on time to the class. You have to be on time to the class. That's all. Whether the students are happy, unhappy, they have a different opinion. They want to be they want you to be. Can you please understand the situation, all of that stuff. Sometimes, yes, we will go by the situation. We'll see if there was an emergency, there's a super traffic jam or something like that. We will accommodate in those times. But most of the times, if you're always accommodating students coming late, then it's a problem. So use this style to show that how strong you are, and it should be backed down by your principles. Okay. Disputes can be resolved quickly, when you say this is it. You will be seen as authoritarian. It's okay. Sometimes you have to be authoritarian. You cannot always be, when it's such a myth when people say, hey, this person is such a nice person. What is the definition of nice? You cannot always be nice to everyone. It's practically not possible. It changes based on the situation. Who will say nice? Who will say, okay, you are nice? When you have allowed the other person to do what they want to do. then you're nice. When you're strict, as a parent, if you're a strict, then parent, your children call authoritarian. So use this again, use your judgment, what style you want to adopt. Collaboration. Now today organizations talk about collaboration. You know, that's a great way to resolve dispute. Collaboration is, let us all get into a room, in a conference room. You bring your ideas, I bring my ideas, we work together, you know, with, it is not, see, moment somebody brings their idea, the other person is not going to accept. It's going to happen. So there are effective tools for collaboration. The ideas should come with supporting data. The ideas should come with, hey, this is the value that we are generating. When people are thinking about ideas from a bigger ecosystem or bigger set of parameters, everybody is thinking about ideas with a bigger set of parameters, then collaboration happens easily. Otherwise, your idea, my idea, will end up in conflict again, you know, in a collaboration session also. So it takes, there are different ways, you know, there could be a separate training for this itself. But you can find a lot of videos on YouTube, how to collaborate and all. It produces the best long-term results. But what's the flip side of this? The flip side of it is, you know, this might take long time. You will miss on the deadlines. It's time consuming. Because first time you get together in a room to start collaborating, it will take some time because it's the first time. You still not got over that conflict mode. So second, there could have been, there will be, first meeting could end up in arguments only. You come back again, meet for the second time and so forth. So, but it creates that win-win situation. It's a great way to solve problems. We have conflicts every day with the clients because we handle client projects. We will also have, but we use certain different styles at different situation to handle the conflict. So I'll stop here and take any questions before I move on to the next topic.
Small doubt, ma'am.
Sorry?
One small doubt, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Is there any guarantee that in collaborative mode of arriving at a solution without any conflict, ma'am?
No.
Is
Because
there
when
any
you are,
guarantee, ma'am?
no, there's no guarantee because when you're doing collaboration, again, remember, it is people and their minds, okay, and their interests and their different opinions, okay. So usually when we are doing a collaboration, we really we need to have one person, sort of a mediator, you know, standing up and, you know, managing if there is a burst of emotions, you know, across the site. So that's one way of doing it. In collaboration, the collaboration itself, you may end up following all the styles within, all the remaining 4 styles within the collaboration phase itself. For example, there could be a situation where you need to compromise your principles. Are you ready to compromise? No, you're not ready in that collaborative state. So you will compete. You want to be an authoritarian there. So it will always be a mix. And I tell you, you will get better at all of this by practice. But before practice, you need to be aware at that what style do I need to use in this situation. That awareness itself will help you resolve the conflict in a better way. If your awareness is not there in the meeting, then it is your emotions overpowering you. So I am not saying any style will guarantees resolve a conflict. What I am saying is these are the various styles. You be aware of these styles. You need to be skillful which style you need to use in what situation. These are the 5 proven styles available and working. Every situation, what you're going to collaborate, what you're going to compromise, you have to do homework and go. I can compromise on these 3 points, or I can compromise on these 5 points. You have to do your homework and go. Or you at least have to be aware. Simple. What will guarantee work is, I'm talking now. What will guarantee work is this. Let me share my screen.
Ma'am, though there is a lot of emotional balance during the collaborative discussion, resolution of a conflict, during collaboration, you are forced to have a brainstorming session and people come out with lot of proposals, and finally those who dominate, their proposal will have to be accepted by others, and it is a forced compromise, ma'am.
Yeah, some people have a very authoritarian style, which is there. Yes. But do you, it depends on you. If you really strongly feel that you don't have to accept that and you are able to live by your values, then I don't think so anybody can stop you from that. But depends on, I'm telling you, it's completely dependent on situations. Okay, completely. Do you have to be passive and accepting all the proposals? It's your choice. It's your choice. But having a good check on your emotions is going to help you. So let's just listen to this. You know, managing your emotions. The most important is managing your emotions. And why do you need to do one more extra step to manage your emotions? No, you don't need to do. You simply do one thing. That's all. Automatically your emotions will be managed and awareness will increase. The emotions will not overpower you. You become mentally very strong. You do this every day, not a single day missing. Give the food to your mind every day, like how we give food to our stomach, to our body. We brush our teeth, we take a bath, we do all of this. This is so important, required for your for emotions. If this is done, your emotions are managed. It's not going to happen like one day, because this requires a big change in your mind. So you have to practice this every day. So automatically emotions will be in check. And when the emotions are in check, you can understand others' emotions. Empathy is basically putting yourself in the shoes of others. Oh, come on, let me just see why his viewpoint or her viewpoint. Why is this person saying like this? What is the thought process? What is the then your mind starts thinking about this. Instead of feeling victim, I ended up compromising, I ended up listening, I became, I had no choice, the other person was dominant and all that. Open up your mind and think. You know, when the demonetization came in India, we all felt Modi ji was a dictator. Literally, everybody felt that. But if you are, if, because that there was an anger, there's a resentment, there is, you know, people don't know what to do. It was a very hard situation. Hard situation, not only for the country, but even for the for the government. It was a hard decision to make. But I know it's hard decision. It's hurt me. It has impacted my life. It really impacted my life too. You know, it impacted many people's lives. Many people, many businesses suffered. There's a huge crisis going on in the country. What helped me? Only this. Okay, at least my state of mind needs to be better. And then I was open to explore. I started exploring, I started reading, I started listening to a lot of news, started reading a lot of articles, and found out a lot of stories, root cause behind why this was done. Slowly getting into an acceptance stage. Yes, okay, this was the for the good of the country. Yes, it created havoc, it created a lot of problems, and it was good. So putting your first step is your emotions should be in check, which means you've done whatever you need to do, uh, to get your emotions under control and check. Second thing is you empathize. Look at others' viewpoint. Empathizing is basically understanding others' viewpoint. Active listening. You do active listening. You understand why people are thinking like this. Make an attempt to understand. Get insights into what is happening, what is the situation, what is the world around. That's what empathy is. I'm not saying put yourself and just become that person. No, it's active listening. We saw this in the communication skills. And that's it. You've resolved the conflict. If you follow all these things, the 4 steps that we thought about, the 3 steps, the 4th step, you've already resolved. So conflict resolution is basically, what is conflict resolution? You find a peaceful solution. That is all dispute. When we say peaceful, it's never going to be 100% peaceful, I'll tell you. Some people will still not be happy. Some people will be still feeling, uncomfortable, sad, or whatsoever. But that's okay. We move on. We have to move on. We create a positive impact. We cannot see, I will tell you, we cannot take the responsibility of making everyone happy. It's not possible. But what you look at is, has it created a positive impact? Meaning that a good amount of 80 to 90% people have felt good, have it's made a positive difference in their life. That's a great thing. The 10% though, you cannot make them happy at all. They'll always be in a complaint mode. You cannot do anything. Suppose you organize a marriage function or some function in your house. What did you do? I mean, especially in our community marriages, when the relatives come, we have to give them saris. Then we have to organize good food for them, their stay and everything. Whatever was the best, I did it. Still, 10-15% of my relatives will say she's not given good sari, she's not, food was bad, this is bad. You can never make everybody happy. But have I created a positive impact? Yes. 80% of the guests felt very good. They're happy. They send me lots of messages after they went, you know. They're very happy. Yeah. So what are all the skills that are required? We saw empathy, mediation. Sometimes we just have to be smart. See, conflict resolution is being smart. How to skillfully handle it. You know what is the definition of yoga? Yoga means skill in action. How skillfully you're doing your work. That is what is yoga. If any of you watched Mahabharata, how skillfully Arjun was winning that war is what you have to see. And be assertive. We saw assertive communication. We can even do let's talk, collaborate. We solve the problems together, creative problem solving. And we give some people some accountability. So a lot of these skills, and I think we've covered most of these skills, you know, in some of the other sessions. Assertiveness, active listening, that. So being aware of these 5 styles of competing, collab, use a different color here, using competing, collaborating, avoiding, accommodating, and compromise. These are the 5 styles of conflict resolution. One style, don't just have this, or take one of out of the 5, just don't take one style and always follow that style. No, that is not what I would recommend. Depending on the situation, you need to quickly change your style. And that decision is what you have to make. And for you to make the decision, you follow 2 simple things. One, keep your emotions under check. That means you be in high state of energy awareness. And second is when you do that, automatically you start following, you will start be able to judge which is right, which is wrong. Yeah, if we have time, we can take some questions. I think this is what I wanted to share from my experience with all of you. And we also had some great questions come. So thank you for those questions. But yes, we can, if we have time, we can open up the floor for questions.
Ma'am, can you suggest us any strategy to reduce the conflicts, ma'am? Can you suggest any strategy to reduce the conflicts in a situation?
Yes, so the best strategy to reduce conflicts in any situation is One, you increase your awareness. So don't approach the conflict with your emotions. Second, you be aware of these 5 different styles. What approach you need to take. You have to be judging the situation and quickly changing your style. Be open to listen. And when you know that somebody is pushing, and if you're not able to stay in that situation, you don't have to come to a conclusion that very moment, right? See if you can buy some time, go back, do your homework, and come back again. Sometimes it is good to just ignore a conflict or buy some time, cooling period, something like that. That's why I said this is very situation based. What I'm going to tell you now, formula, it may not work. It may work in one situation of yours, but next situation it may not work. So there is no one defined strategy. It's a skill that you develop by practice. And what we have just covered in today's session is what are all the techniques that you can follow to develop this skill. And then you go practice. Of course, you'll have to practice. It's not a skill. You write it today, you write it in a homework, you take an exam and you do it. No, this is completely a practical class only. It's a full practical learning. It is not a learning that can be done in books. There are books, lots of books written on this. You can read them. You can watch some videos. You can watch a lot of videos are there on YouTube. You can just watch them. A lot of scenario-based videos will be there. So what can you start doing is what I will tell you. Keep a check on your emotions. Be aware of these different strategies, different styles. And you can practice, okay, for this situation, maybe this style is good. For this situation, this style is good. Then look at a complex situation. In a complex situation, you need to use a mix of styles like that. Did I answer your question, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. We are from PVK Institute in NRC.
Good morning.
Ma'am, thank you very much, ma'am. It's a wonderful session, in fact. Most of the strategies we were following unknowingly. But as a coordinator, for coordinating many activities in the colleges, as academic coordinators and IQAC coordinators, there are some triggering points where we cannot control ourselves and it leads to conflict. We know the triggering points which imbalances our emotions, but we are not able to hold the triggering points. And can you give us some suggestions to tackle the triggering points, not to be emotional for small things?
Do you practice yoga, meditation? Do you all do that every day?
Yeah. For taking the personal development classes also we take for hours together. But when real time situation, in the situation comes, we ourselves are not able to hold our emotions.
Yeah, ma'am, that trick. Okay, so I completely understand. In those situations, no, we cannot do anything in those situations.
No, especially
But But what we can do is we can prepare our minds better to handle these situations. See, we cannot go to a war and learn how to fight.
Yes.
We have to learn to the practice of being in a war to learn to fight should be done outside the war. So we need to work on ourselves. There's lots to work on ourselves. You need to invest time in your own self-development.
Yes. Yes.
I have attended a lot of courses. I'm not that we don't attend. I attend a lot of courses for my own self-development. I prepare myself. And then I go into this. So over a period of time, as you keep practicing the techniques of handling your mind, you will be better. You will never be triggered by the situation. That is what it is, react versus respond. You will be able to respond better and not react because emotions have triggered in you. Somebody triggered a anger emotion. See, the nature of people is to trigger emotions in others. Some people are like this.
Yes, I'm sure.
So that means what? You are being a football of someone else's emotions. You are receiving all the garbage that somebody is giving you. We should not be receiver. We should be responding. So we need to work on ourselves first.
Good morning, madam. I am Dr.
Good
Sivaram
morning.
Krishna. I am Dr. Sivaram Krishna from GDC, Guntur. Most people tend towards sympathy or empathy, but what is the reason? Most people tend towards sympathy or empathy, but what is the reason?
Okay. So the question is, most people move towards sympathy and empathy. What is the reason? Okay. Empathy is not sympathy. Empathy is not sympathy. Empathy is understanding others' viewpoint. Empathy is understanding others' viewpoint.
Thank you.
Sympathy, use it carefully. Everybody does not require sympathy. Sometimes when we give overdose of sympathy to people, they will get into only depression. Simple example. If you visit maybe your friend or a relative, they lost their dear ones. Some death has happened in their house. What do most people, what will they do? Oh, very sorry, you lost your relative, you lost your loved one, all that stuff. Yeah. If you keep telling that person like this all the time, that person will get into depression. We have to tell them this is part and parcel. That's what make them aware of the universal truth that everybody is come alone and everybody is alone on this planet. That's the law of nature. Yes, you have lost. You have very attached. Yes, fine. But now you have to move on. Somebody is sick. If you keep telling, oh, it's very sad, you're sick, you're in the hospital. No, you're fine. Absolutely fine. Get up and walk. Half of their sickness will go away when you tell like this, when they get up and walk. So sympathy, I would say never use sympathy. Empathy is best. Understand others' viewpoint. Understand why somebody is behaving like this. We should always move away from sympathy to empathy. Understanding people's viewpoint and why they are behaving like this, why they are doing this, why they are thinking like this. And then we can solve the problem. See, we all have to solve problems. We don't want to live with the problems. If you start showing sympathy, you'll be living with the problems. You start showing empathy, understand their viewpoint, solve the problem, come up with a decision, move on. Then you're solving the problem. Did I answer your question, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, we have another NRC.
Madam, you have accommodating, avoiding, compromising, competing, and collaboration are good enough to resolve a conflict. That is your good, ma'am. Yeah, good, ma'am.
Sorry, was there?
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, if you could just repeat, sir.
Okay, ma'am. You have actually commented on conflict resolution. What are the components are accommodating, avoiding, compromising, competing, and collaboration. They are very good. But sometimes can we expand competing to conquering, to control the conflict, competing to conquering, to establish orderliness and rule in Islam. Can we have that?
No, absolutely. Those are two different synonymous words, I think so. We have to, like you said, for orderliness, we have to be conquering, which is we have to be authoritative style. We have to use an authoritative style. So it is absolutely correct.
Sometimes we cannot resolve conflict, but we can control conflict. And that is a ultimate end argument. I would like to quote one example from Mahabharata. Though Lord Krishna is capable enough to stop the battle of Kurukshetra, he has motivated Arjuna to fight the battle, So, in that context, I would like to say that sometimes conquering and fighting is also needed, maybe the end point.
I agree.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I think we are up time, but I really love to. I'm available for the questions as long as Diksha ma'am doesn't say no, we have to end and people have to go for tea breaks and come for another session.
Just a minute, ma'am. The Nancy Katinega.
Yes.
To summarize the entire conversation that we have had, one of the Gita says that I want to quote. Anudhyam satyam viyahitam jane Achyayapyasadam jiva Vangmayam brahmamuchyate. So that means whatever that you are going to speak, you should be truthful, but at the same time, you have to develop in such a fashion that you should be convenient to the other person. Listen to that and take that particular truth. So it all comes right through the scriptures and by reading more about books. That is what. So it all comes by the experience that we come across in our day-to-day life. Thank you very much. It was really wonderful to have a wonderful session now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Really loves the interactions that we've had.
Madam, thank you very much. I think the session is now closed. We can break for tea, and again at 11:45, please come back, and I request master trainers to engage the participants, and as requested, you need to facilitate for all the participants, and you have to ask them for introducing their lesson, and make them record in their own mobile, and again you have to review in the presence of participants so that they can improve their spoken skills. Thank you very much. And at sharp 2 o'clock, can again online session followed by valedictory. Thank you, Asha Madam, for your wonderful delivery of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, ma'am. Bye. So we can leave the session, and again we can join by 1:45 p.m. Thank you.
of energy.
Welcome back. Good afternoon. Am I audible? Hello. Hello. Hello.
Sir, your voice is audible, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Before commencing the last session of this 6-day FDP, I have small announcement. So far, we have conducted in 18 NRCs. Once again, I appreciate all the principals, program coordinators, master trainers, and the participants for making this very grand success. So for the next week, there are only 9 NRCs are there. The rest of the NRCs, as the participants are not available there, we are closing with the rest of the 9 NRCs. I would like to announce the NRCs that are going to organize the last and third batch of FDP on this proficiency in English and English medium instruction. That is Vishaka, Dr. Vishaka, Dr. V.S. Krishna, Vishakhapatnam, PR College, and Rajamandri, SRN Civil College, Vijayawada, GDC Women Guntur, GDC Women Nellore, and Men Srikalahasti, GDC Pilar, GDC Men Kadapa, and GDC Men Anantapuram. I think Vishaka, V.S. Krishna is also not there. Sir, అక్కడ ఉన్న ప్రోగ్రామ్ కోఆర్డినేటర్ ఎవరండి? విఎస్ కృష్ణ. హలో, శ్రీనివాస్ గారు ఉన్నారా? విశాఖ, విఎస్ కృష్ణ. హలో, రీడ్ వన్స్ అగైన్ అండి. పిఆర్ కాలేజ్ కాకినాడ నెక్స్ట్ ఎన్ఆర్సి నెక్స్ట్ బ్యాచ్ ఉంటుంది. రాజమండ్రి కాలేజ్ ఆర్ట్స్ కాలేజ్ అండ్ ఎస్ఆర్ సివియర్ కాలేజ్ విజయవాడ, గుంటూరు ఉమెన్స్ కాలేజ్, డికేడబ్ల్యూ నెల్లూరు, శ్రీకాళహస్తి మెన్, పీలేర్, కడప మెన్ అండ్ అనంతపూర్. These are the 9 colleges for the third batch. So I once again congratulate all the NRCs, 18 NRCs for making it a grand success. And 4 o'clock ki commissioner garu may join andi through online. If commissioners are join avvapothe, the respective NRC principals and program coordinators can organize the valedictory function at your respective centers. And before that, please arrange a group photo and also give a wider publicity in your media, both print as well as telemedia. And also share this in your social groups, including your college Facebook or college YouTubes, etc. Because it has to give a very good impact throughout the state. Now I may request Dr. Vijay Babu, if he is online, he can start the proceedings. Thank you, sir.
సార్ వాళ్ళు కనెక్ట్ అయి ఉన్నారు కానీ ఆడియో మరి వాళ్ళకి రావట్లేదు. కాల్ చేస్తున్నాను సార్.
హలో సార్, మీనాక్షి కడప సార్. హలో సార్.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. NRC Paradhipuram response, sir.
ఓకే సార్, ఓకే
సార్ సార్ గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ సార్, ఎన్ఆర్సీ కడప సార్.
సార్. నోటెడ్ సార్. అందరూ నేను నోట్ చేసుకున్నాను సార్. పర్వాలేదు, ఇప్పుడు చెప్పాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు.
ఓకే సార్.
All NRCs are requested. Please switch on your videos. All NRCs are requested. సార్ చెప్పండి.
Yeah,
members and participants of TOT and also today's resource person. With immense pleasure, I take this opportunity to introduce today's resource person, Dr. I. Vijay Babu sir, who has been enriched with academic experience for more than 2 decades and has been guiding Dr. V.S. Krishna Government Degree and PG College as principal since 2021 September in its quest for educational advancement that is incomparable. He is the personality who gave the institution the reputation of being a center for academics with a blend of modern technology and traditional culture. Sir has graduated with an MA in English, an MPhil and a PhD from Andhra University. His areas of specialization are American literature, British literature, and English language teaching. He has extensive experience as an English lecturer and principal, and also has served on a number of academic and administrative committees in various capacities. He is also certified as ELF Master Trainer by US Embassy and APCCE in 2010. Sir has presided over various seminars, webinars, conferences, faculty development programs as the most potential resource person. His intellectual and professional journey reflects his brilliance. He has also successfully handled the minor research project in English funded by the UGC. Above all, he is a great scholar and a man with a focused vision of prospective future. Apart from being an eminent faculty and a gifted communicator, Sir's eloquence and administrative capabilities have been well acclaimed. Thousands of students were trained successfully in employability skills and communication skills during Sir's energetic leadership in JKCs and English language labs. In recognition of Sir's hard work, determination, dedication, and perseverance, the state government of Andhra Pradesh has awarded him the most awaited and prestigious Best Teacher Award in the year 2011. The attributes of coordination and amicability undoubtedly make him an asset to the institution in fostering both the intra and inter-institutional relationships. With this brief introduction about our resource person, now I hand over the session to the resource person. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Hello, madam. Thank you very much. Thank you for that introduction. Hello, dear participants. Good afternoon and welcome back to this post-lunch session. If you are able to hear me, please raise your hand. Very good. Excellent. Good. And today is the last day for our TOT. And in some centers, this is the last, we can say, batch. In certain other centers, you may have the third batch as well. And we are so fortunate to be part of this wonderful training program, Proficiency in English. You know very well that English medium is introduced in our state, and we are also part of it. But still, there are a few people who have got certain difficulties and also a bit apprehensive about English medium. And some people are also worried about the future of vernaculars like Telugu in our state. And some people, they also look forward to have a bright future for our students. With all these ideas in our mind, and let's take off with our presentation today. And even before that, I would like to hear a little from the participants about their view about the English medium as instruction. Okay. But before that, we should be thankful to our Commissioner, sir, for this wonderful training program, and also for the training at IFLU. Some of our faculty members, they went to Hyderabad and participated in this training program, and they have become master trainers. A wonderful and a very strange thing is that faculty from other disciplines have become master trainers in English. That's really a wonderful initiative, and that shows the multidisciplinarity in our colleges. And with these few introductory remarks, I would like to hear from you, please, from different NRCs. And I request the participants, at least one from each NRC, to express your views with regard to English as a medium of instruction and also your difficulties to conduct this as a medium of instruction. Can I hear from you, please?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I'm Dr. Radhika, sir, from NRC Vijayawada.
Very good, madam.
Yeah, glad to see you, sir, on this occasion. As a part of this English medium of instruction, training of trainers program, we are all happy. I mean, we are all delighted to see many of the professionals who gave valuable insights into the language and also the other pertinent areas like communication and emotional intelligence and effective communication and stress management, all the related areas which a faculty should have. And as a part of this, we also learned some uncovered areas which as the non-English teachers, which we are supposed to teach in the classroom. And we welcome this particular initiative from the Commissionerate of Collegiate Education. And we are very happy to be a part of this. And on behalf of all my participants and from the NRC Vijayawada, again, I'm happy to share these few words with you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you. Can I hear from any other NRC? I want you to focus on the difficulties that you are going to face, if at all there are any. Please don't waste time and please utilize and try to speak out your difficulties.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
I'm Krishna Mohan from Krishna College, Visakhapatnam. Sir, once these bilingual textbooks are available, this initiative will really help the faculty to really deliver what we are expected for the coming batches.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah. From any other NRC, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, I'm coming from GDC Women. Sir, this is from NRC Guntakal.
Sir Ramesh Vagar, would you please wait? Let's allow people from Guntakal to speak.
NRC Guntakal, am I audible?
Yes, sir. From Guntakal, please speak on, sir.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
This English, keeping English as a instruction of medium of instruction, it has both the strengths and also in some of the areas, particularly our colleges, they are situated in rural areas. The students who are they are admitting into the degree classes without any basics in English language. They are joining into the colleges. And what we think is the school, in the beginning of their school studies, they have very less proficiency and they have, there is no complete hold on the grammar, English grammar. So due to this, we have some communication gap between the students and the teacher. They are unable to cope up with the teaching, what the teacher taught in the class. This is the major problem, sir, in particular in rural areas, and that must be addressed. And what I feel is the teachers who are they are working in schools, they should give a proper language efficiency. They should develop a proper language deficiency from the school itself. Then if they enter into the degree colleges, then they will understand this subject well. So this is my opinion, sir. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you. Let's take one more call from GDC Women Visakhapatnam, and then we move on to the next part of the session. Ramesh Vagar. Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, good evening. I am happy to talk to you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, since the students who are joining today's their first year, all are from rural areas and up to their intermediate, they studied in Telugu medium. Suddenly, they are asked to write in English, study in English medium, sir. So if you continue 10 to 5 to 10 minutes in English medium when we are teaching, they are unable to follow the teacher.
Your audio is not audible.
The same that teacher also could not continue because of observing the students, sir. In the juncture, what should be the strategy to continue and to make a good environment to make students to understand the language, medium of instruction English, sir?
Very good, sir. Very good, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. These are a few difficulties expressed by the faculty members from different NRCs. And now I would like to hear one or two suggestions from the participants how to overcome these difficulties. May I request one or two members from different NRCs? I think from Chittoor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Chittoor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I am Dr. Ashok Kumar from GDC Guntur.
Sir, would you please wait? Shall we allow from Chittoor? The madam is trying to speak from Chittoor. I'll take your call later. Yes, sir. Yes, madam. From Chittoor.
Yes, sir. This is Dr. PVK Autonomous Nursing Center, Chittoor, sir. So
Madam, your voice is not very clear, ma'am.
Hello.
It's not clear enough.
Sir. Now it's audible, sir. Can you hear now?
Your voice is clear enough, ma'am. From PVK and Chittoor.
Medium of instruction is very difficult for us to find what humanities. They may not cope up with medium of medium of Telugu medium to English medium, sir. So problem of understanding the language, sir. Sort of LKG to intermediate level, LKG to intermediate level, most of the students, 100% of the students, they were studying in Telugu medium. From intermediate to totally English medium at higher education level, they were paying. But most of the students, they came from first generation students, they were facing so many problems by fearing the speaking of English. By fearing of practicing English, most students are facing like this, sir. So in most of the faculty members, they are facing so many problems with rural and rural area students.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. Sir, from Kakinada, I'll take your call a bit later. May I request people from Nandyal? Nandyal, they have already tried to
Thank you, sir.
respond.
I thank our commissioner, sir, taking initiatives and encouraging us to strive hard for excellence, sir. And using English language to teach in academic subjects, it is very useful this program is useful for every teacher, but most of the students are from first language is Telugu, sir. So to overcome and make a bridge between a teacher and student, it is our duty to teach English as a medium of instruction. And this allows us to actually broaden our world and job opportunities, and we can relate to people from other countries also, sir. It is a very wonderful program, sir. Once again, I thank our commissioner, sir, and CCE, Dr. Anil, sir, for making this program possible and successful, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Can we hear from Kakinada?
Kakinada. Sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. On behalf of NRC Kakinada, we are fortunate enough to have your presentation this afternoon, sir. So regarding the suggestions, there are a number of problems. The one solution I think is giving more weightage to the language part. In the new, that means the major system, for only 1 year, that is 2 semesters language is there. So for all these 5 days, we have learned a number of things and a number of activities regarding the bringing activities and proficiency, getting proficiency and attaining certain knowledge and certain components.
Okay.
So to perform all these activities at the classroom level, it may be, I think it may be emphasized to extend the language, English language to another semester at least. If not another year, that means another 2 semesters. If it is continued in 3rd semester also, it may be good, so that the students can get more proficiency in the language section. So that the content faculty will also be facilitated and that enables them giving proficiency, more proficiency in the language. That is my observation, suggestion and submission to you, sir.
Very good, sir. Very good, very good. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Can we have one more call, final call from any other NRC?
From Parvatipuram, sir. Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, from
Am I
Parvatipuram, we're
audible, sir?
already trying to. Sir, would you
Am I
please
audible,
hold
sir?
on? Would you please hold on? Let's listen from Parvatipuram. Parvatipuram.
Yes, sir.
I'll get back to you, sir.
Thank you for giving
Guntur.
this up.
Guntur will be the final
Yes,
call,
sir.
sir. Yeah. Yeah. Parvatipuram.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, may I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Hello.
Yes,
Sir,
ma'am.
I'm
Please go on.
very thankful. Yes, yes, sir. I'm very thankful for giving this opportunity, sir. And I'm very eagerly waiting for your lecture, sir, actually. And while you're asking about the suggestions for introducing English as a subject or
Medium of
what it
instruction.
means, instruction,
Medium of instruction.
extra instruction. For this, I would like, yes, I would like to give some suggestions, sir. It may be there should be a lack of qualified English language instructors, sir. There should be need to develop in order to get good results or something when we introducing English as an subject or extra medium. So, and another one is there is no adequate availability of English language learning resources, sir. There should be a need to develop all these, sir, again. And another one is there should be a need to resistance from the students and the faculty members also, sir. While we are introducing a new subject or new course
Wait,
into this
ma'am.
instruction
Would you
as an
please repeat
instruction.
that?
Yes.
Would you please repeat that?
Yes, sir.
Resistance, you say?
Which one? Yeah,
Is
yeah,
it-
yes, sir. There should
Okay.
be a need of resistance between the students and the faculty members, sir, because we are introducing new subjects, sir, a new course. So, in order to develop what we called interest in the subject. So, for that we have to develop any other activities or something which is necessary for the students. It might be better for introducing this language as a instruction, sir.
Okay.
This is
Okay,
my
ma'am.
opinion, sir. Thank you so much,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you very much. Finally, from Guntur, please. From Guntur, NRC Guntur.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Is it from Guntur?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Please go on, sir.
I am Dr. Ashok Kumar, sir, reader in mathematics. It's a nice program, sir, but it would have done long back, because in private colleges already they have graduated from different section in combined AP. At least now AP has taken a decision to implement English medium instruction in college level as well as school level. At least now most of the students will be coming from private to government sector, even in graduate level. I appreciate for this program. If it is more effective, I'll be happy for that. But I observed that inaugural session of commissioners is completed. Immediately audio video was not properly worked. This is a challenge what I observed in ICT. Of course, there are a lot of benefits are there in ICT. At the same time, you are giving 18 centers. Whatever the TOT is there, all the 18 centers are listening. But if infrastructure is not developed, it is not successfully implemented, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I'm very happy.
Sir?
Yes, sir. Would you like to say something
Excuse
more?
me, sir. NRC Nandyala, sir. So
Yeah.
my DC Unur Sahib. So I'm explaining. I'm evaluating some critical atmosphere. It's related to English medium instructions. So as a rural background of Andhra Pradesh, entire government colleges are existed in rural areas, but the students from beginning to this level comes in Telugu medium. But now our program English medium sections are the successive rate need higher level. For this purpose, the government, the Commission of Quality Education, to give to support the English lecturers to teach in English basic atmosphere. So this is for our appeal, sir.
Sir, may I know your subject, sir?
Economics.
Okay, very good, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Sir,
Yes, sir.
audible, sir?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Where are you speaking from?
I am Dr. Vijay sir, NRC from Guntur.
Okay, sir.
First of all, I really thankful to all the stakeholders who are participated in the 6 days TOT programs. The TOT program is very good and excellent. This program is not restricted at lecturer oriented. It is good opportunity to all the students of urban and also rural peoples. And I really thankful to our CM sir from bottom of my heart for initiation of the English medium in GDC institutions, and especially thanks to our commissioner sir and also all the stakeholders. We all are lucky fellows to join in this TOT programs and also inspiring from the programs, and also we are got a lot of knowledge, sir. It is also a good program to everyone, and thank you to one and all, sir, for giving this opportunity to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Seems there is a call from NRC Rajamandri.
Good evening, good afternoon, sir. Sir,
Good afternoon.
at the time of examination, students are not able to understand the question, how to read it. So many of the students are getting failed in the examination. So I have observed that mainly the colleges, they are not buying the textbooks. They're only buying the test papers before the examination. So if colleges could make an arrangement for the students to have the textbooks, then automatically students will learn English more and they can understand the question in the examination, more percentage, pass percentage will be there, sir. This is my observation, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Really, that's a wonderful interaction from the participants across the state. I thank you all for your inputs, please. Really, you have expressed your concerns and also various difficulties that you are going to face. But keeping all these in mind, let's try to discuss the ways and means by which we can overcome these difficulties and also the challenges. We are the teachers, well-acclaimed teachers. We're experts in our own field. Only problem is the medium of instruction. The moment we say English medium, there is a hue and cry from among the faculty, the teaching community. Many people express that it is very difficult, but it is not something new which has come all of a sudden. Okay. I have a small PPT I think I can share. Okay, I hope you are able to see that. English as a medium of instruction has been there from the very beginning. Let us say in India, let us say from the colonial regime. In other parts as well, we can identify in certain other countries where English is used as a medium of instruction. If you look at the scenario across the world, yeah, yes. In my presentation, I have got a few important aspects, but besides that, we also can have some discussion simultaneously. As I make a presentation, you can also stop me on and off, and you can also ask me some questions. If you want to contribute, you can also contribute. It's more like an interactive session. Okay. So how we define this English medium or English as a medium of instruction? If you look at that, this is a definition from the British Council website, Teaching English. The use of English language to teach academic subjects other than English in countries where the first language of the majority of the population is not English. First of all, why English? Why English medium? I hope you have got valid reasons for that. But still, I say it's a language of opportunities. I simply can say that. Student can acquire a lot of knowledge, and also he can have multiple resources. Above all, he can have opportunities, okay, in his higher studies or also for jobs. That's why English is introduced as a medium of instruction in our government colleges. In other colleges and also in schools and other institutions, it has been there. The government has taken a policy decision and we have to go by that. Let's not get into any debate on that. Government takes a decision with a good intention. And thanks to a commissioner, sir, who could boldly initiate this training program only to extend support to all the teachers who are teaching other subjects. As far as the domain knowledge is concerned, we are experts, no doubt at all. We have gone through various rigorous selection process and we are experts in our own field. Only problem is the medium of instruction. So now we have to think about ways and means or strategies by which we can master the medium. That's the only issue here. That's not at all a big thing to be worried about. Only thing is, if you are strategic and if you can pay attention to the troubles or the difficulties which you have expressed, definitely we can overcome and we can prepare our students for the task. Okay, let's go ahead. If you look at the global scenario, English medium has been there for quite some time. Of course, in India and also in other countries. But if you look at China, there we say it is introduced as English as a foreign language. In India, it is a second language. That's why we call it English as a second language environment. We have got different perspectives. That's why I kept all these acronyms on the screen. EMI is not your bank EMI, home loan EMI. It is English as a medium of instruction. Let's take it as a catchword, EMI. And in higher education, if you confine this higher education teaching and learning to the mother tongue, you see the students' opportunities, they are curtailed. And so we have to think of implementing this English as a medium of instruction effectively in our colleges. Okay. You have earlier even this bilingual method in certain colleges. Those teachers who are from English medium, they fail to use the vernacular in toto in their classroom. And those teachers, simultaneously, they used English and also Telugu, and that's why we call it bilingual method of teaching. But some teachers who are completely from Telugu medium, they have some difficulty in switching to the English medium. So let us think about the past as well. Bilingual method was there, and in a scenario like India, in a country like India, we have got multilingual environment. For example, in Visakhapatnam, I am from Visakhapatnam, and we have got Telugu speaking students. We also have Oriya speaking students in certain colleges in this northern Andhra Pradesh. And we also have Hindi speaking students. So we have got a multilingual environment. To balance all this, English as a medium of instruction is the best remedy. I hope I'm able to answer certain queries which have been expressed so far. Yeah. Let's move on. And of late, we have been speaking about this NEP 2020. And the moment we speak about NEP 2020, you see, again, different arguments come up. There will be a debate among the teachers. because NEP 2020 is focusing on the mother tongue instruction or vernaculars, whereas we are speaking about English as a medium of instruction, how to balance it. We are not trying to curb any language or relegate any language to the back seat. Every language has got its own importance. Frankly speaking, Telugu has got its own importance and its own usage among the public. And of course, Telugu is also there as a language, one of the languages. Okay. So Telugu is nowhere affected by English as a medium of instruction. So it is already there, and keeping it as one of the subjects or one of the languages, we move on with English as a medium of instruction. And what are the benefits? Benefits of having English as a medium of instruction. See, student will have international exposure. If you want to confine the student to Telugu medium, he may not be able to explore the umpteen number of resources that are available online. So to allow student and to encourage the student, the learner, to explore those resources, we have to introduce English as a medium of instruction. Okay. Even NEP is speaking about promoting local languages and also Indian knowledge. If you want to promote Indian languages, English can be handy, English as a medium of instruction, and it can help you internationalize your knowledge and also make it available to the speakers of other languages as well. Okay, you may have a lot of knowledge in India and also in Indian languages, but it has to be kept into English so that others can have access to that. Okay, so in that way, we can balance between NEP 2020 and English as a medium of instruction. Okay, and now let's look at the challenges. There are challenges at various levels. Teachers have their own challenges, students have their own challenges, even the administration, starting from the commissariat to the principal in the colleges, everyone has got his or her own challenges. But every problem has got its own key. With that dictum, let's go ahead. What are the students' challenges? As you have already said, students are from Telugu medium. Some of you would like to say that they are from first generation learners, and you may have many problems to say. But keeping all these in mind, let's look at the teachers' challenges. Okay. These are some of the issues that I kept on the screen for our consideration. If students have got their own challenges, you have different approaches to overcome that. Approaches in learning and also in classroom listening strategies, we have to implement all this. Okay. Yes, let me take it. Yeah. The problem is some teachers, they are very proficient in English, though they are from different disciplines or different subjects. They have got a lot of proficiency, maybe because of their English medium education or their love for English. Whatever be the reason, some teachers, they are very proficient. As you have already expressed, the student who is from a different background, let us say Telugu medium background or rural background, as you have expressed, the gap between the teacher's proficiency and student's proficiency brings in a conflict. So how to resolve it? Who can resolve that conflict? Any answer from any NRC, please? There is an absolute silence across the state. Can we break the silence? How to balance this conflict, please? The gap between the teacher's proficiency and the student's proficiency.
Most of the times, teachers.
Sir, please introduce yourself. I think it's from Kakinada.
Yes, sir.
NRC Kakinada.
Chakravarti from NRC Kakinada, sir.
Chakravarti Garu, sir, please go ahead.
Most of the times, the teachers can solve the problem of students to resolve their problems in understanding subject in English, sir.
Yeah.
And the students can also master the language by taking the help of their lecturers and other tools, so that it can be a two-way process.
Yes, sir. Is it all, or you want to say something more?
That's all, sir.
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much. See,
Hello,
the
sir.
gap. Yes.
Sir, I'm from NRC
From
Vijayawada,
Vijayawada, I
sir.
think.
Sir,
Vijayawada. Yes, ma'am.
actually, the teacher should go to the level of the student to understand the student and empathize with the student in order to teach him or her so that the student's approach to learning becomes more active. That is one of the strategies, sir.
Very
And I have another solution for on my own, sir.
Yeah.
Like as we have some subjects and examinations, the students can also have a minimum level of proficiency in English examination
Yeah.
every as a part of their semester and examinations, so
Okay.
that according to their level, they can be some proficiency level will be increasing. Like you can be knowing that in Cambridge exams you have different levels, no sir.
Yeah.
The same way they can have different levels of examinations in English also, so that they can enhance the proficiency in English. That approach can be followed by the authorities. I feel, sir, that is my one of my feeling. That is my
Very good,
opinion
ma'am.
as well.
Thank you. Thank you. At Vijayawada, I don't know, some participant is happily reading newspaper. Hello, sir, at the last row. Would you please keep it away? You can have your paper reading sometime in the evening during your bus travel. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Can I respond from
That's really
Nellore?
nice.
Nellore, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. One way to improve the vocabulary of the student is in the classroom, the lecturer should impart some bilingual vocabulary dictation. Means whenever he comes across a tough term, he has to give the meaning in his mother tongue, a student's
sir.
mother tongue.
Okay.
One approach is that. Another approach is most commonly students who are from Telugu background use while reading the newspaper or while reading the subject, they have the dictionary by their side and
Okay.
search for their vocabulary meanings. So in that way, by both by students' initiative and by involvement of faculty, we can improve the vocabulary of the student.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. From DKW. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. So first and foremost thing is that to identify
From
the gap.
NRC Guntakal, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. From Guntakal.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Devi Devarani, lecturer in mathematics from SML DDC, Miganur, sir. You know all problems, sir. According to my knowledge, all government colleges have English labs, sir. If we conduct a bridge course using those labs by English lecturers for Telugu medium students in rural areas for 2 weeks, it will be very benefit to the students. They will update their knowledge in communication skills and in medium of instruction. This is my opinion, sir. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Nandyala. Today,
Yeah.
our education system are all faculty and students facing volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. It is the duty of our lecturers or faculty to promote vision, understanding, clarity, and agility. It is our duty
Yeah.
to make this education system more powerful.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Madam, from Nandyal, next time if you want to speak from Nandyal, I want any other person to speak.
Okay, sir.
Not only one person should be a spokesperson. I want all participants to interact with me, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Really, you are giving a very good sessions. No doubt we have got English language labs. We can conduct some remedial classes in our language labs. But again, in language labs, who has to conduct that remedial teaching? You want English teachers to conduct? Of course, that is for basic language skills. But besides that, if you want to give some subject related inputs, it's again the responsibility of the teachers from different disciplines. Okay, let's go ahead. Once you identify the gap between the teacher's proficiency and the student's proficiency, the gap is already there, it's always there. When you identify the gap, we have to come out with our own strategy to fill that gap. Not that every college will have a same strategy, will same remedy, but every college or each college has. Somebody would like to speak? From GDC Woman Visakhapatnam? Okay. Would you like to say something or is there any disturbance? Okay. Let me go ahead. If you have any valid reason to stop me, you can please at any time.
Sir,
Yes, ma'am.
good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon.
The EMI skills should be developed at the basic level, I think, in government schools, sir, in my opinion. Thank you, sir.
You want to say that we don't have any opportunity to do it?
In government schools level also.
Ma'am, that's a done thing. Students have already completed their school education. Now they are in our colleges. You can't go back to the school level. Now let's think about our own students who are in our classrooms and let's try to address the issue. Okay.
Not,
Yeah.
not at present, sir.
Okay.
Now,
You want it to be
onwards,
started early in their early classes? Yes, ma'am. I'm one with you. Very good. From the lower level, there should be English medium and it's already there and definitely they can improve themselves. Okay.
Thank
you very much. Let's go ahead. So once the gap is identified, it is the responsibility of the teacher to design a strategy or an activity by which we can address the gap. You're all, let us say, experienced teachers. You're experts in your own field. The first and basic thing is address the need in the possible way. Okay. Let's go ahead. Yeah. These are a few benefits which I have already spoken about. I think I can skip off. Policies are already made, and one important factor that is influencing this English as a medium of instruction is the curriculum. As you have already spoken about, in lower classes, they studied in Telugu medium. Now in degree college, they are into English medium. Let us suppose how to address it. There is a larger benefit and student will have a lot of opportunities in his future if he studies in English medium. So keeping it in view, we have to help the student to overcome his own problems. The problem is with the student, not with the teacher. Of course, some teachers who are from Telugu medium, they may have, but still there is a possibility of improving ourselves. We have to, not possibility, we have to. It's mandatory on our part. So when we try to overcome our own problems, we can help our students to come out of his situation and be ready with the English medium of instruction. And this English medium, definitely it instills confidence among the students. If you have studied in Telugu medium, when you face some English speaking person, maybe not, it need not be a foreigner, but even an Indian, then automatically a gap develops and distance develops between the people. So to bridge that, we have to use English as a medium of instruction. And this is one of the most powerful tools. And let's encourage students to improve their English proficiency. Ultimately, it is not just the English language, but the personality change that takes place. Okay. And as you know very well, English proficiency will fetch them a lot of career opportunities as well. Okay, let's move on. And let's look at certain core principles which extend support to the students as well as the teachers. Okay. We're not speaking about English as a language, but English as a medium of instruction in different disciplines. For example, zoology teachers, they want to teach the whole class in English medium. But I don't think you have problem. Most of the words, they are in English. Okay. Let's look at the botany. You also have most of the words either in Latin or in other foreign languages. They are written in English. And so we can also help the student to overcome this problem by extending support. What support? Let us speak about. Okay, in our next slides. The problem is content specific. Every, let us say, discipline, it may be botany, zoology, or history, economics, whatever be the subject. You have got your own vocabulary. Shall we introduce that vocabulary, that content specific words to our students in the beginning of a class? Okay, that's one thing. And then you may have certain specific needs, not that every student has got same type of problem. Different students do have different types of problems. So we have got this mentee and mentor system in the class in our colleges. So when you identify a student with a problem, identify the problem, analyze that, and address it. Okay. And then you have language specific problems as well. As you have already said, some students are from Telugu medium and they do have their what we call influence of mother tongue, and they are more attracted towards mother tongue, and they have got a lot of let us say phobia towards English as a medium of instruction. Then it is the responsibility of the teacher to drive out that fear from the minds of the students. In one of my previous presentations, one teacher was making a remark that it is the responsibility of English teachers. No, 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 not at all. English has become the property of every teacher and every individual. Now, the master trainers are not from English department. They are excluded completely. Faculty from different disciplines, they have become the master trainers. So it is the responsibility of every teacher to drive out that problem of language, okay? And to encourage students to effectively communicate in English. Students, sometimes they try to use Telugu. Let's not discourage them. But the teachers, if they can make it a point to speak in English all through, definitely student, while listening to the communication by the teacher, he gets influenced by that, and that English gets ingrained in the minds of the students. Okay. And finally, the cultural aspects. Of course, we do have our own cultural aspects. When you introduce English as a language, if you ask them, they understand. The way they nod their head, it confuses. Okay. So these cultural aspects also let's introduce into our classrooms. Coming to the teachers' issues, or let us say challenges and support system. Though it is content specific, we have to develop our own content. Of course, thanks to Commissioner Sir, who could bring out a number of textbooks as far as LSCs and STCs are concerned, and same thing will happen to the domain specific subjects as well in days to come. And then we do have our own problems in the colleges as well. Students who are from different backgrounds, they express a lot of let us say their own difficulties, and parents express their difficulties. Keeping all this in mind, let us try to solve the issues from administrative level, from let us say teachers level, from students level. Finally, the pedagogical challenges. Let me use a different word. Pedagogy is nothing but the way you teach, different teaching methods and strategies. And we are experienced teachers. The experience will tell you how to customize your teaching to the level of your students. And one of the participants were also making a remark that we should come to the students level. I think it's from Vijayawada. Definitely, that's the best strategy. If I have got proficiency in my own subject or my own language, I cannot stay on an ivory tower. I have to come down to the level of my student. And not only that, I have to adopt the suitable method of teaching. Not that all the time lecture method can help the students. You have to use maybe some student-centered teaching methods like group work, or some pair work, or some discussion, debate, okay, some quiz or some role play, something like that. So we have to adopt all these what we call teaching methods and techniques into our classrooms. When you interact with your students, automatically students get connected to the lecture, and he forgets the difficulty. Once he's engrossed in this lecture, you know what happens? Student forgets his difficulty, and he tries to accustom himself to the way it is being taught. Okay. And finally, linguistic diversity, as I told you in the beginning, multilingual and bilingual problems. And even that we can overcome with the help of this English medium as a medium of instruction. Okay, let me go ahead. This training program is a type of support system. Commissioner is not so unjust to start this English medium all of a sudden. They have taken a decision. They sent some people to the training to IFLU, and in turn, these follow-up workshops or TOTs are conducted among the colleges, and we're participating. We're also trying to upgrade our knowledge as well as the skills in teaching English. Okay, so this is what we can say.
Sir, can I add something, sir?
Yes, sir. Why not?
So, coming to the various teaching
DKW
techniques.
Nellore?
Sir, I am
Is it from
from
DKW
NRC
Nellore?
Nellore, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Would you be in the frame, please? Will you come closer to the video camera? You're outside the frame. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice, sir. Please.
Sir, coming to the various teaching techniques.
Yeah.
I feel
Yeah.
if the teachers can develop some stories
Mm.
related to the content that is delivered on the particular day in the classroom.
Yes, sir.
The storytelling may be a powerful technique to deliver the content to the students.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Of
sir.
course, using English as a medium of instructions.
Yes.
So there are several stories related to the content in all the subjects. Sometimes we can Google also. If we use that storytelling technique in the classroom, we can deliver the content in English medium to the students without any much difficulties. This is my opinion.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Yesterday in one of my presentations, one teacher was giving me a suggestion that we can conduct a group discussion in our own classrooms, not in English classroom, but in other subject classrooms as well. You divide one chapter or one, let us say, the content of a session into small chunks or small parts, and distribute those small parts among the small groups in your classroom so that students can discuss, and also they can have some what we call debate among themselves, and finally they come to an understanding of the concept itself. That's also possible. There are umpteen number of ways by which we can involve students in teaching and also learning process. Okay, but it depends on the creative aspects of the teachers. If you want to be routine and conventional, you cannot do anything. Automatically, students get disconnected. But if you are creative enough, definitely you can involve students into your classroom. As sir has said, you can also resort to storytelling. It doesn't waste your time, please, but it will reinforce what you want to teach in the classroom. Thank you very much. And coming to this support system or hand-holding, you can also conduct some remedial programs on English for academic purposes. For example, from the Department of Zoology, let us say, there are students who are from Telugu medium, and you want to start your curriculum for the academic year. And in the beginning of the academic year, as we write in our NAC documents and also in your curricular plans, you want to conduct remedial classes. In that remedial classes, you can also accommodate English for academic purposes, let us say, or English for specific purposes. Okay, you can design your own content, and you can conduct some remedial classes as well. Okay, and then some students who are from Telugu medium, once they enter this English medium classroom, they are under pressure. We have to accept it. That's a reality. When they are under pressure, you know what happens? It is the resourcefulness of the teacher which helps them to come out of that pressure. Okay, so we have to give this what we call a strategy training, how to manage this pressure, how to handle different types of what we call gaps in the classroom. You have a mixed classroom, like students from English medium, students from Telugu medium. Don't think that all students are from Telugu medium. When you have got people from different potential and different backgrounds and different caliber, and it is the responsibility of the teacher to balance it by imparting training in what we call crisis management or change management like that. It's not a big thing, please. It's a spontaneous thing. Okay. And finally, one more thing for teachers, as we have already looked at the pedagogical training and also content. And final one is understanding of the education sector. I am skipping off the earlier ones. See, the whole world is going on a quick pace. Okay. English medium is used everywhere. Only thing is, government colleges, our students are deprived of that privilege. And let's not keep it away with some apprehension, looking at some meager challenges. There are challenges, no doubt, but we are resourceful enough to help our students to overcome that. Keeping the whole education system in mind, let us encourage our students and also gear up ourselves for this English medium of instruction. Thank you. And my focus is on teachers' preparation, then on students' preparation. Very often in our training programs, we use this saying, fail to prepare and prepare to fail. Definitely, English as a medium of instruction is something new for all of us. Not for me, but for most of the teachers. Some people are apprehensive. Only thing is it needs your preparation. Prepare yourselves for the current academic year in English medium. Prepare your content, prepare your presentations, and prepare some what we call supporting strategies. And if you prepare yourself, definitely you can prepare your student as well. Okay. Yeah.
Sir,
Yeah.
excuse
Yes,
me,
sir.
sir.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
As NEP 2020 focuses and keeps on stressing on the value integration in the education, if the content specific lessons are integrated with values, that will be more effective in the classroom, and we can just inculcate values among the students along with the academics.
Yes, sir.
So I have one example to quote here, sir.
Yes, sir.
Suppose when you are teaching Boyle's law, it says at constant temperature, volume of given mass of a gas is inversely
Sir, is
proportional
it chemistry
to
or physics?
chemistry.
Okay.
It comes in physics also, sir.
Okay.
So now we say that when volume increases, pressure decreases. We can explain this Boyle's law, and finally you can add a drop of value to this. If the volume of good qualities decreases in you, then the pressure of bad qualities will increase in you. So in order to increase the volume of good qualities, you can decrease the bad qualities pressure. So if we can add the value to every topic that we teach in the classroom along with the academics, that will serve the purpose of NEP 2020 also.
Very good, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for that session. Yeah. Definitely, we can add values in our classroom teaching. That is the basic difference between distance education and regular education. These days, people are acquiring many degrees from through distance education. But those who study in classroom in a regular system, of course, you see the difference. The teacher is resourceful and they also impart training in various values. Okay. But who taught you and me the values? The senior teachers in the training programs. And that was a simultaneous process which took place in our classroom. But these days, we have got HVPE and many other training programs, but despite all this, we find a lot of gap. So it is the teacher who teaches those values by his example, not by teaching, but by his or her example. You have to be an example. Okay. Thank you very much for that session. Yeah. So the most important, sir, you still want to say something more? Thank you very much. Let's keep it in mind before we go further. The most important one, fail to prepare, prepare to fail. Already English medium is around and we have to gear up ourselves and prepare our students mentally thoroughly well. Okay. Even the let's say the parents also have their own apprehensions. Okay. But if you look at the school education, even an auto rickshaw driver, he or she, um, actually, they spend a lot of money. You see, despite their hard earnings, they try to send their children to English medium convents. But here we are trying to implement the same thing, and there's a hue and cry. Why? There are different reasons. I don't want to speak on that. But the most important thing is a teacher must prepare himself or herself for the task. Okay, let's go ahead. Yeah. And as far as this English as a medium of instruction is concerned, we have to keep these three important issues in the mind. Number one is fluency, accuracy, and also proficiency. Of course, fluency we have. This accuracy part, sometimes it's a bit questionable, and proficiency also. We'll come to that later. Okay, but let's keep these three important aspects in our mind. How to prepare ourselves on what aspects? The first and most important one is the vocabulary. Vocabulary in the sense, very often we have got a lot of vocabulary in our mind since you studied your subject as well as English for quite some time, maybe for 15, 20 years. You have got a lot of vocabulary, but all that vocabulary cannot help you all through because that is dormant in your mind. You never use that vocabulary. So when it comes to vocabulary, I say the active vocabulary. The vocabulary are the words that you use often in your day-to-day conversation and also in your classroom. That is your active vocabulary. If you have, let us say, some passive vocabulary, that will not help you at all in your classroom teaching. So we have to activate vocabulary. Then it coming to usage. If you know a word, a new word, how to use that and where to use that, we also should have that awareness. And grammar, very often, the teachers from other disciplines, they have got certain difficulties with English grammar. For example, there are some common mistakes. Maybe at the end of my presentation, I'll speak on that as well. And even with regard to syntax, okay, we do have problem with the order of words in our sentences, and finally, the pronunciation part. Very often, we are worried about English pronunciation. The way we speak and some professionals speak and the students speak, there is a lot of gap. So the best way is we need not speak like the native speakers, but we can speak in an intelligible way. And that's more than enough, I think, for teachers of other disciplines. Okay. I have already spoken about passive and active vocabulary, and then domain specific vocabulary. If you want to prepare your students in the beginning of the class, we have to give a list of words and explain the words. The words are not just a word and its meaning, but it's a concept. That's why we have to explain in the beginning of a class certain important words. You have to give words and ask them to understand by giving certain examples. Okay, that's the best way. And then, besides the domain specific vocabulary, you can also impart some general vocabulary. Why do I say that? Immediately, there can be some questions from the participants. You may say that you are not English teachers to speak about all these, to give training about all this, but still, it is our responsibility to give some general vocabulary as well. The best way is you want to teach one specific one, give some examples, give some synonyms so that student can get connected to the subject. Okay. And then we have to activate the background knowledge by asking some questions, what we call eliciting. Yesterday in one of my presentations or interactions with the participants, I was sharing about classroom management. Okay, that's also very important. Some people utterly fail in their classroom management due to lack of certain techniques. It is not so difficult, please. If you can spare some time to manage or to learn these classroom management techniques, definitely you can make your classroom very effective. From DKW Nellore, I hope all the participants are One with me, you are able to follow me, please. Yes, sir?
Yes, sir. We are with you.
Very good, sir. Thank you. Yeah, I hope all other participants are able to follow me. Yeah, very good. So it is the best way to activate the background knowledge. Okay. We have to start with background knowledge first, what he knows, and then what he has to know, from known to the unknown, what we call. So if you want to do that, eliciting is the best strategy, best technique. Ask some questions, easy questions. Give some confidence to the student by asking some easy questions so that he will be able to answer your question, and then gradually go to the next level and then start your presentation. So this is how we can prepare the class by giving some related vocabulary and activating the background knowledge and giving domain specific vocabulary and also some general vocabulary simultaneously. As sirs from DKW Nellore was sharing with us, we also should bring into the classroom various other issues, not just the subject alone. Besides your subject or the domain, you also have to bring in certain current issues. You can also create some discussion in the classroom on the current issues. Simultaneously, you can relate it to your domain as well. In that way, we can do it. Yeah. And then just I'm trying to give some examples how we misunderstand certain words. Once we acquire this knowledge, that's what I said in the beginning of actually not in the beginning, but halfway through my presentation, I said, if you fail to prepare, you are going to fail in the classroom. So we have to get this knowledge, obtain this knowledge, and then impart it to our students. It is not so easy to acquire knowledge. It cannot happen all by its own. You have to spend some time, you have to be mindful of that, and you have to spare some time and put in some efforts to improve your own knowledge. So once you acquire that knowledge, and it is then the turn of the student to learn from you, please, helping students and also giving them some resources from which they can acquire that knowledge as well. Okay, yeah. As far as this grammar and usage is concerned, very often, even from the teachers, we come across this type of usage as I place on the screen. Very often we say this. I don't want to repeat all this, which is displayed on the board, on the screen. Very often we do have our own problems. Only thing is, we have to correct ourselves. As you were saying that English language lab and English lecturers, definitely they can come to your rescue. Only thing is, we have to interact with each other. There should be a possibility or an environment in our colleges to interact among the faculty. Okay, we have to break that what we call invisible line and move towards the other department and interact with the faculty members, and definitely you can improve yourselves. If you have some language difficulties, of course, at the end of my presentation, I'm going to speak about certain resources which can help you in solving the problems or solving your language issues. Okay, so if you have some grammar and usage problems, you can go to the English lecturers, ask them to conduct a remedial session in your colleges. In that way, all teachers can overcome the difficulty of grammar and usage as well. Yes. And coming to the pronunciation, very often we do have difficulty with this V and W. When these sounds are used, I'm not speaking about the spelling, but sounds are used, very often we mispronounce. But for the sake of students, maybe now and then, if you come to the level of students, if you say world, doesn't matter. I don't mind. Okay, but that is not the way all through. It has to be pronounced in its own way, and it cannot be like that of a native speaker, but at least it should be intelligible. It should be of standard, of certain standard. Even our Indian English channels, news channels, they are using good English. If you watch those channels, definitely you can pick up that pronunciation. Okay, that's it. Yeah, I'm coming to the end of my presentation. Coming to the resources, I speak about one or two resources, and then I close my session, please. Yeah. Yes. The resources, as you know very well, we start our day with Inadu newspaper very often. Am I correct? Any response from anywhere?
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Yes. We are so comfortable with Inadu, Sakshi and other Telugu daily. Is it possible to spend a little time with our English daily as well? Can we?
Yes, sir. Possible, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. If we can spend some time to read English daily, definitely it will improve our English proficiency. You understand? And that is one of the most accessible resources. Very often in our English training programs, we also use English newspaper as a resource in teaching language skills. But even teachers, those who read English paper, definitely they have an edge over other people, those who read Telugu daily. So if you are so much interested in reading Telugu daily, okay, that's up to you. But besides that, I also advise you to spend some time on reading English daily as well. And there are good newspapers like the Hindu, the New Indian Express, or Chronicle, or Times of India. Please take one of these newspapers and read whichever item you like. Maybe some people are interested in cricket, sports and games, and some people are interested in movies, some people on cultural issues, some people on editorial. Whichever the item that you are interested in, you spend some time in reading that and trying to understand the content. You know, unconsciously, that English language, vocabulary, and also what we call syntax, everything gets ingrained in your mind. Okay, the first one is English daily newspaper. And then besides that, we have got TV connections, OTTs, and also mobile phones, everything. You have got what we call this age is a screen age. And instead of watching these, what we call serials, I hope there are some people who watch serials as well. With due apologies, I tell you, we have to spend some time in watching English news as well, or English programs as well. When you are listening, automatically trains your mind to understand English, what you call language, English pronunciation, and also the sentence structure, what you call syntax. All these things, you listen, you read, and you watch. You see what is happening. Various types of learning, what we call styles, are being implemented, and you're also getting a type of training, unconscious training. And when you get back to your classrooms, definitely you can also impart these skills to your students. And that's why in one of my slides, I have said that in-classroom listening. Students, very often, they are not trained in listening skills, please. Even though the English lecturers, they conduct a lot of training programs on listening activities. They speak about active listening and passive listening, and they also ask the students to write their what we call project reports. Despite all these efforts, proper training is not imparted to the students. Now, as this English medium of instruction is made mandatory in all our colleges and classrooms, and you can also impart these skills to other students. Okay, number one is newspaper, number two is English audios and videos, and then there are certain specific video resources, I think. This TED Talks is one of the wonderful resources, I can say. I don't know if you are listening to those talks or watching at least. Are you watching these TED Talks, please? Any one of you by any chance? Yeah, from Visakhapatnam, from any other session?
Yes,
From
sir.
any other center, please?
Yes, sir.
Are they
We do.
useful, sir?
We do. Yes, yes, definitely.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank
Both,
you.
both national level.
TED Talks.
Very good. Excellent. 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 Thank you very much. So we can also watch these TED Talks. Not only watching, while watching, it is not just passive watching on the screen, but we can also use your listening techniques, the way they are presenting their body language as well. and their what we call stage techniques as well, how they are connecting themselves with the audience and how they are managing on the stage. All these are what I can say, uh, they go as part of the training, unconscious training. Okay, so I repeat, newspaper reading, and then English programs like news or any other program, and then TED Talks, and then wonderful resource is your podcasts on your own subjects. We have to listen to those podcasts as well. See, whenever you have got some leisure time, you please spend some time to listen to those podcasts on your specific subjects by native speakers, preferably. When you listen in isolation, definitely you acquire a lot of knowledge, vocabulary, and also pronunciation, and that English language skills, they get ingrained in your mind, please. Okay. And finally, if not the last one, if not the least one, I have to say reading. The more you read, the better you are. Reading your own subjects in English, not in your mother tongue, but in English. And definitely it will help you to become an effective speaker in your classroom. Not only as a resourceful teacher, but as an empathetic teacher who can help the students to overcome his or her own challenges. Very often we say that students, they are from Telugu medium, but we are not from Telugu medium, at least where maybe some of the teachers are from Telugu medium, but still you have got your own proficiency, but still you can help the student to overcome his problems. These are some of the important issues that I want to place before you. And if you have any questions, comments, or any suggestions, I'm ready. Thank you very much.
Sir, I have two suggestions.
Yes, sir, please.
Whether these suggestions are apt for this situation or not.
Okay.
I would like to mention it, sir. Previously, we used to have reading a news item in the classroom by rotation by the students. So we can implement the reading of a news item from English newspaper every day in the classroom by rotation. So weekly once or monthly once, we can select a best news item and give them an appreciation.
Okay.
This is one thing I thought. The
Okay.
second one is to enhance the word power of the students and as well as the faculty. Every day we can write a word on the notice board along with the usage, phonetics and all that. It may enhance the word power of the students as well as faculty, sir.
Yes, sir. You see, when we were on the campus, university campus, we used to take this word power made easy by Norman Louis, and we used to work on that book. Okay, if you have some desire to improve yourself, definitely you can do that. That's also a good practice if your time permits and if you have that resource, definitely you can do that. That's a wonderful practice. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
With your permission, I would like to add one thing, sir, actually.
Yes, sir. Why not? Why not?
Recently, I have come across one beautiful app, sir, that is called Promova. Promova app, actually. So that is exclusively for learning languages.
Okay.
So that one is developed by UK people, actually, with all kinds of phonetics and the written part and the grammar part and the writing part and everything. So, so very nicely presented and organized, sir. So we can encourage our students for learning English in a beautiful manner. That app will be useful, sir.
Very good, sir. If you don't mind, if you have access to type in the chat box, can you please give that link in the chat box so that others can access and also download that app?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. And there are many other apps, please. Even British Council has got its own app. Voice of America, they have got their own app. And also IFLU has got an app. Even Macmillan has got an app, pronunciation app. There are many apps. The online resources are aplenty. You can explore those resources as well. Yeah. Yeah. Any other session or comment from any other NRC, please? From any other NRC? Any participant, please? If there are no more questions, I think we better close. Okay. Thank you very much for your patient listening in the post-lunch session. Though it's a post-lunch session, you are very interactive and you posed many questions, and you also added many comments which are very useful. Thank you so much, and hope to see you all sometime again. Thank you very much. And I also thank our Commissioner, sir, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to interact with you and make a small presentation on English as a medium of instruction. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for providing a valuable information to all our faculties, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
Sir,
you, sir.
thank you, Vijay.
Thank you.
Vijay Bagaru. Is there anyone from NRC in Visakhapatnam to sum up?
Sir, it's a great opportunity for us to sum up our beloved principal sir class. Actually, I'm not in a position to say the words about our class, our principal sir class, but every day we are listening to him actually. So this is a special occasion for us to listen again, once again. Thank you so much, Principal Garu. You have identified really EMI, especially English medium instruction. As a non-native speakers of English, as a non-English lecturers, so we are having a little bit hitches to teach in English by saying the slides, how to improve our language and all. So we have a little bit confidence actually. Definitely whatever the suggestions you have given to us, we will put it in practice, sir. Thank you so much. It's a wonderful opportunity to all the NRCs and all the participants. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Anil sir, thank you very much for this
Sir,
wonderful opportunity.
just stay back, sir. I would like to thank all the NRCs, 18 NRC principals, program coordinators, and master trainers, of course, participants as well. Really, you have done wonderful work, and it's the first of its kind in entire state. Simultaneously, from running a show from 18 NRCs is a very big task. With you, all your support, we could able to make it a wonderful and a successful program. Now, I request all the NRC principals and program coordinators to conduct the proceedings valedictory at your side. And before that, as our commissioners are very busy in other schedule, I request Dr. Ravindranath sir from Kadapa Men. He's also actually holding largest batches for every time. So I request him to say something about this program and give voice command the launch of certificate, sir. Now I request Dr. Ravindranath from Kadapa Men, Autonomous College. Sir, are you there, Ravindranath, sir? Yeah, please say a few words about this program and you can give voice command, that is launch of certificates.
So good afternoon, everyone. So thank you very much for giving the opportunity to validate the function. So our honorable commissioners are introduced so many products, training products for all the faculty members. It is a good achievement for all the faculty members, even though you are not belongs to faculty of English, but all interacted with evening people and some of our faculty members are trained as a master trainers. And all the NRCC 18 NRC centers are conducting in 3 batches, except language people and physical director and librarians. So this is a wonderful program, sir. Sir has taken a lot of initiative. Previously, we were not having this type of opportunity for all the faculty members. Wherever the academic staff colleges are there, they are attending for refresher course and proprietary course. Due to Corona, all the faculty members are going for online training program also. After completion of this, so what is the best method for introducing our knowledge for the students community? In that way, sir has introduced so many apps, PLPR, IPR, FPR, all apps are only for the useful of stakeholders. So really it is a wonderful because our state is having alphabet, always is A. Really our honorable commissioners has really achieved charge as the Commissioner of College Education since 2 years. A lot of papers were changed in the degree colleges. So sir is thinking that so every student has to get it knowledge degree. We have to produce ready graduates. After completion of the graduation, definitely each and every student get it either private sector or public sector employment. So all the others are trying next level for the producing the ready graduates for getting of employment. So this program, not only this program, as and when the lessons are recruited in 2020, the induction training program was conducted, the registration program, and not only giving of lectures, sir is interacted with part of thinking people. So because when your mind is free, and for specifically and strain, we definitely the teacher can deliver the content in a very good manner. So every day, including principals also. So we are also attending the training program and everything, and we are also attending the yoga classes, because when your body is flexible and it is permitted to deliver your content, definitely the student will be benefited. Not only for this training is not sufficient for the principals. As an administrator, as a first person of the college, definitely you must go for training, administrative training at Dupa. So twice I was attended as a training program at 2015 and 2022, but that program is also useful for all the principals. So as when you are acting as a commander, as a leader, definitely college will develop like anything. So there is a lot of competition for the private sector also, even though that only output is because excellent faculty members are working in our colleges. So they are highly qualified, they are completing service commission examination, and their content delivery is extremely good. So previously we were not having the generation of content by the faculty members are printing out textbooks. In skill sector, all faculty members are prepared in their own way and using a lot of techniques and prepares cheaper cost, and the goods are distributed to the student community. So all these steps are only for the benefit of the students. I hope that this training program, every teacher has to interact. Our commissioners are name is, after completion of this training program, the teacher not only is speaking in English, the students has to speak English, and the answer sort of visited the colleges. Directly will go to the classroom, whether the students are interacting in English, because mother tongue is also very important. By born you are having mother tongue. So after that, understanding for not having a communication and English language and proficiency, you can't get a public sector employment or private sector employment. In these circumstances, so the new people also requested not only sufficient for 2 weeks, but due to academic schedules are asking permission for attending of 2 weeks. Even though the mentors who are trained and they are also doing excellent job of conducting of these offline classes at all university centers. But it is all achievement only. The thing is, so definitely our college stand before other private institutions. So in that circumstances, not only the academic and administrative, also there are a lot of reforms are happening. So in that circumstances, everybody should be happy. You are coming to law based college and leaving the college and law based home also. Because the next family, after completion of the family, the next family is the maximum time you are spending at government institutions. I hope that so if our children are pursuing the education development, so what are the steps, what are the measures we are taking, the same measures to be extended for our children also, those who are admitted in our government institution. And next major challenge is from this particular for our onwards, anyway 2020 we are using the major subject out of these major single major. So definitely Monday onwards the other programs are going on. So everybody has to take responsibility. It is not only the one person college, it is our college. That message has to go to the society and the community. Definitely we have to improve our ambitions, improve our ambitions, show our talent for giving our good out our students. So this is the second batch. Actually, the batches are 5. Out of 5 batches, SAR has deleted the English people and language people also. SAR is giving a separate training for the English language people and language people. So the team and this program will go to your respective colleges and see that there is interaction between the student to student and the teacher student. Definitely, every student has to come out with a good speaking knowledge in English. So thank you very much for giving the opportunity. So I hope that all the participants, so wherever they are attending, because some small changes are due to some projects are going for that. That's why we are addressing the faculty members, either first batch or second batch. If anybody misses, regular faculty or contract faculty, guest faculty or part-time lecturer, everybody has to. So our sub is nearly more than 4,000 participants are attending at different nursery centers. So if anybody is left over, all the left over candidates will be attended. Next third was the batch is commencing from Monday to Saturday. So what are the expenditure incurred? So what are the amount is correct? That amount is not sufficient for the colleges. So the remaining amount bear by the autonomous and NRC centers. So only because of the benefit of the students. So the amounts are also collected from the teachers from the students. So what are the benefit? Every benefit should be given to the student community. So I sir, thank you very much for giving the opportunity. Next, we'll go for release of our certificates. So after finishing off, we will go to respect college, improve your skills in English and deliver your content in a proper manner. And the student can understand very easily and in a position to attend the interview. So definitely you must speak only in English and you will convince the committee members. So definitely this opportunity is given by our commissioners. Once again, I congratulate our honorable commissioners and team of your Tanvir and Agni sir and Elizimo and David sir. Everybody is taking a lot of steps for implementing of this idea because our state should be a role model for other states. Definitely, they will learn it and they will implement it in their respective states. definitely this spread goes to our commissioner, sir. So once again, thank you all for giving the opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Kindly give voice comment to the launch of certificates, please. I request all the program please arrange for a photo session after tea break, and you can continue at your respective end the value. Thank you all.
I got my certificate. What's up with you?
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.